Adeptus Ridiculous. I am one of your hosts, DK Diamantes, and before this episode gets too far, we have to give a huge shout out to our patrons over at patreon.com/adeptusridiculous because our goal, our elite goal of $1,337 a month was crushed. I don't think it took a week. I don't think coming throughout all of your orc
talking about the Lamenters thing, but it actually came out Wednesday, and now it's Monday again. And therefore, within the time frame of Wednesday to Monday, you were able to hit, actually earlier than that, more like Wednesday to Sunday, you were able to hit 1337 is kind of ridiculous. And yeah, I don't have time for that shit. I got a whole orc script, and you're like, nah, talk about the depressed boys. Actually,
yeah, throw it away. We got to talk about the Lamenters.
So that'll come at some point, but that won't come this week. That'll come next week, and I gotta do myself some good research on them because everyone's all up with the Lamenters nowadays, like they were with Krieg. So I gotta prepare myself.
I gotta tell you, there's a lot of hype going into this. I hope it lives up to it because I mean, everybody's like, oh my god, the Lamenters! Like, oh, we gotta donate for the Lamenters episode. So you're putting this up on a pedestal. I know nothing about the Lamenters. They sound like they lament quite a few things, but so I hope it lives up to the hype because I don't know.
If I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it will live up to the hype for you. I think you're just gonna be like, wow, that was sad, and wow, that really sucks. And that's what I feel like it's gonna be. You're gonna be like, wow, that's horrible. Like, yeah, that's about right.
That's Warhammer. Yeah. It's horrible. People are dead. People are suffering, and they hate it.
I mean, if Goj Van Dyer's Reign of Blood hasn't made you decently desensitized, then at least the Lamenters will.
Not Goj Van Dyer, good sir.
Doge Van Dyer.
My boy.
Doge.
Doge Van Dyer. Yeah. Goj Van Dyer.
Goj Van Dyer, the new channel mascot. I assure you.
Are we making him the unofficial mascot?
I want to make him the mascot. I assure you, Sir Ortest, you must dance barefoot in the Palace of Terra.
Get your fan art into the Twitter at @adridiculous of Doge Van Dyer, our new official mascot.
Is it going to be the official mascot? I don't know. It's kind of like he's like worse than Hitler. I'm not quite sure. So with the idea of getting a Hitler variant of
Welcome everyone to another episode of the Adeptus.
This intro music's a fucking bop, though.
It's ridiculous. And today, I don't want to waste too much time on the intro. I mean, I want to shout out the patrons at patreon.com/adeptusridiculous for all their amazing support. We're now doing weekly episodes. And if you join at Patreon or you offer any donations at Patreon or whatever those things are called, you'll get access to the Discord. You'll get behind the scenes stuff. You'll get HD posters that are really cool. And at $1,337 on Patreon, we will be doing an episode on the Lamenters. Now, I don't know what the fuck that means. Apparently, the Lamenters are pretty important, and the Discord thinks that I'm gonna be hella depressed after hearing about the Lamenters, so
I got a hot take. I'm not a big fan of the Lamenters. I don't think being extremely sad is a good character trait. But the Lamenters is kind of like a, man, how bad can your life get kind of episode, and people like it's half a meme, half like well, this isn't a meme, this is just depression. And so people like it. That's why we have 1337 for that episode.
I was gonna say, now I get it. Like, if they're just a giant meme, no wonder it's the elite goal.
Yeah, it has to be elite speak.
Oh yeah, it has to be elite speak, absolutely. And then at 2000, we'll start making some more Warhammer content, like mini painting. We'll do some games, some Warhammer games, obviously, for the channel and stuff like that at $2,000. So I didn't want to waste too much time on the intro. I realized I actually did waste a shitload of time, but today's episode, I'm sure, Bricky, you are very excited about, because we're talking about your girls.
We are mostly. Today is the age of apostasy, which I actually don't really know what apostasy means. You know what? I'm gonna look that up right now. Definition.
Isn't apostasy like religious crimes, or like
kind of
being tried for religious crimes?
The abandonment or renunciation of a religious or political belief, which I would argue is ironic, because this is like the exact opposite. This is like too much religious belief.
Yeah, I was gonna say, aren't the sisters like just anything that's heretical is just burned in hellfire? Or, well, not hellfire, but you get the idea.
Pretty much. Now, naturally, this, of course, is not going to be a sisters episode. We'll probably have a whole episode, like you know how we had like our Necrons War in Heaven type thing? We'll probably later on have like an episode on the Necrons in general, their hierarchy structure, the different dynasties, where they're at right now. Same thing with the sisters. This is more the founding of, as opposed to like a dedicated episode on them.
Gotcha.
But we're talking, this is actually, I'd argue, one of my favorite pieces of Warhammer lore, because so we just did Avengers Endgame, right? We just did the Horus Heresy, and anything past that feels like minute. This is the exception. I'm actually going to be skipping over a ton of stuff. After the Heresy, you have all of this shit. You've got the Great Scouring. Mr. Robot Girl-a-Man is coming in. He's writing the Codex Astartes, and then he's like breaking up the Space Marine chapters, and they're hunting the Chaos Traders, and they hunt them all the way, like they have to like flee to the warp. You know, Magnus is gone doing his thing. Like there's like all this stuff. But as far as I'm concerned, this is like the Spider-Man Far From Home. Like, it came out right after Endgame. Like, was it bad? No. But
it wasn't amazing.
It's just not really. You can't live up to it, you know? You just can't reach that level.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Horus Heresy. How do you live up to that? I was gonna say, like, what's there to talk about now? Like, what's everybody doing? How does, like, you know, what's Chaos doing? What's the Corpse Emperor doing? Like, where do you go after you've... I was literally about to say, where do you go after you climax? But anyway, take a drag on the old cigarette and you get back to business, right?
You go to fuck to bed.
Yeah, take a long nap. Boy, that was a tedious 3 minutes, right? Anyway, go ahead.
The tedious 3 minutes. You know when you're at when you're on the porn site and you it's a 30-second ad, but it's really, really good quality, and you're like, fastest hands in the West. That's not mine. I stole that from my buddy, but goddamn, was a good one. You okay, DK?
If that stays in the fucking episode, I will be shocked.
If that is removed from the episode, I'm gonna raise hell, metaphorically. That is. Okay, so with that aside, the Age of Apostasy is a fantastic and a very interesting period of time. I think it's because it's not about fighting chaos. It's not about the Xenos aliens. It's not about the Tyranids. It's about just what horrible things one man can do. and how like the selfishness of a single person's actions can really topple an empire.
Right.
And we're going to talk about arguably one of the most evil and horrible people in the Imperium in ever. And this is a man known as Goj Vandire, the most evil fucking name I've ever heard. Gogevandire. Goj Vandire.
I mean, like, if you're a parent and you're like, oh, it's a baby boy, what should we name it?
Fun of? Like, that's just the most evil name I've ever heard.
Goj.
Like, you know what future you've set up for your poor child. Like, they're gonna grow up to be an evil bastard.
This is like the epitome of evil bastards. So we're at about the 34th millennia at this point. So the Horus Heresy happened like flat out year like early 30th or sorry late 30th early 31st millennia, like the turn of the what's 10,000 years? Is there like I know millennia is 1,000. What's 10,000? Is there a term for that? I'm sure there's got to be a term for that. I don't know what it is.
Not that I'm aware of, but
well, regardless, it's at that turn between 29,000 and 30,000. But so now we've skipped basically 3 to 4,000 years right now. During this period of time, Gilliman was like, you know, taking all the Space Marines, boiling them down, having them sent out to different areas. He wrote his codex of Astartes, all this kind of stuff. Now, naturally, the emperor was quite the fedora wearer, right? He was quite the atheist. We've established this. Yes. Unfortunately, now he is entombed on the golden throne, and you can't like. It's got a lot of like died for our sins energy, you know?
Yeah, it definitely does. The whole thing with him and that he has to fight off the warp monsters forever and all times, because of Magnus's fuck up. It definitely does have a lot of died for our sins and is always protecting us and always watching over us vibes for sure.
Right. So naturally, religion of the emperor starts to kind of show its face, which is quite ironic because the Imperium is now moving directly towards exactly what Lorgar wanted.
So and was there no one at this point? Because it sounds like they're heading towards, oh yeah, we should all worship the emperor. Was there no one from like the old guard that was like, you guys realize that's not what he wanted, right? And did no one remember what happened to Lorgar, or did they not care, or were they just so like enamored and grateful to the emperor that they were just like, nah, he deserves it?
A couple combinations of all of them. Unfortunately, and in a particular issue of a little bit of bad writing, I didn't really mention this. Like all the Primarchs are gone. Besides Gilliman doing his thing, and eventually he gets mortally wounded and is forced to go into like a stasis chamber for a long ass time as well. But like they're all gone. Like we'll talk about this in particular, but Jagatai Khan like went into the warp. So did Lehman Russ. They're both gone. Corvus Corax is gone. Rogel Dorn lost his like left arm, or was his right arm, one of his arms, and is like gone. Like everyone's gone, and so the leadership is quite minimal. Pretty much every single major Primarch is no longer in the picture. And with that, also, it's when you think about like humans, they do live longer, but they're not immortal. You know, generations have passed, thousands of years have passed.
That's fair. I guess with Warhammer, it's like, oh yeah, 10,000 years have passed, and it's like, oh, that's not much for them, and it's like, oh, I guess things can kind of change. And
for your regular person, right?
Yeah.
So basically, after some time, there was an original church that started off, and it kind of it's hard. It's a lot of like semantics. If I'm being honest, I don't really need to get too far into it because that's not our point here. But as time, the emperor died for our sins, the whole thing, little pockets of this religious kind of feeling has started to kind of like crop up, right? And that means they eventually started getting really into like the worship of the emperor. And the worship of his own rights. I think the first one was like the Temple of the Savior Emperor, which I believe was actually founded by Lorgar, but it was like reformed. It's a solid amount of irony because honestly, Lorgar is basically getting what he wanted right now. The word bearers are literally getting what they wanted. And
that's
now
so on the nose. Like, it's just like, yep, this is what Lorgar wanted. It's the Church of the Savior Emperor, and it's like, wow, that's what he got massacred for.
Yeah, and I mean, you discuss Lorgar in modern day 40k, and he's a horrible heretic, but because part of the Horus Heresy, but it's a lot of irony. Because right now everyone knows the Imperium in modern Warhammer as like the zealotous, prejudice, insanely religious group, and that started both with a little bit of the hand of Lorgar and the Word Bearers, but also, just that's the sheer nature of people, Emperor. I mean, you may have not called himself a god, but god damn it, the 10-foot tall golden clad armor, who's the most powerful guy in the galaxy.
Who is still protecting us from the warp nightmares.
Not to be seen though. Almost like a deity. So all of these churches start popping up in tons of worlds, and as time has gone on, they eventually do create something called the Adeptus Ministorum, which eventually is led to something called the Ecclesiarchy. Now, the Ecclesiarchy is just it's the church. Whenever you hear the word Ecclesiarchy, you think the Church of the Imperium, the major imperial truth, or the imperial cult. Some people like to call it because it's kind of what it is.
Why would it be?
I do wonder why it seems so culty.
Well, why would it be so culty?
Just put that dude to the stake because he said Big E is bad.
Nothing cult-like about that. Please, it's just Tuesday.
For this Imperium, it is certainly Tuesday. So as this began growing up, as we know in old school literature and all, the church held tons of power. I remember when I was younger, we learned about history. There was always one position over the king, and that was like the bishop or like the pope or something, right?
Bishop, archbishop, pope.
Yeah, he was always the one guy who had more power than the king. And so as it started gaining this just huge amount of power, and I mean, it's to the point where it even got a major seat there's a thing called the High Lords of Terra. They're like the major individuals that run everything. It got its own seat as like the ecclesiarch. It's the ecclesiarchy, and then there's the ecclesiarch, which is like the main guy on the High Lords of Terra. So as this began, you started around I think the 35th millennium was where we were at. And as time came on, the church started gaining its own like military. It was called the Fraternitas Templars. Basically, imagine like a religious like militia.
Oh, like a Templars type of deal.
Yeah, I mean, it's called Fraternitas Templars, so I guess it really works out that well.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, okay. Yeah, well,
duh. Easier. But as it moved up and as it got more and more powerful and started getting really powerful, and then the church that's getting really powerful now has its own militia, and it became its own kind of bloated force. And then we began to probably one of the more crazy issues, which is where we get into Mr. Goj Van Dyer walking into the room. So you remember those warp storms that cut off areas?
Yes.
Well, it happened again in the early 36 millennia, so around like 35,000 ish. That started becoming a real problem. Certain planets were getting cut off. That was becoming an issue. Other areas of humanity were getting stuck. Orcs were coming around, being a problem. The Drukhari were coming around, being a problem. Everyone's being a problem.
Yeah, those are big problems. Yeah.
Tons of worlds started going straight into religious anarchy. They started like flagging themselves and doing like more worse acts of like penance for what they've done wrong because they consider like the emperor punishing them.
Okay.
They started going a little Drukhari-ish where they're like except they were, murdering and hurting themselves due, as penance for their sins.
Yeah,
these got bad.
Being cut off because the emperor was mad at them and they like did something to anger him.
Exactly. So
Gotcha.
the current ecclesiarch was a man named Paulus III, and he might have been the weakest baby back bitch of all the ecclesiarchs. He was like such an absolute weak, horrible leader. But this was kind of placed there on purpose. Goj Van Dyer, master of the administratum, had made his way up into the ladder through just bribes, assassination, threats. He has just moved himself up the ladder, and he specifically appointed this palace guy as ecclesiarch, knowing full well that everyone was going to hate him. And so in a muster of strength, good Van Dyer went into Paulus's throne room and
Wait,
busted
please, before you say this, please tell me he breaks his back. Please tell me he lifts it over his head and breaks his back.
No, he does not break his back, unfortunately.
Damn it.
That'd be fucking great. Van Dyer walked his way directly into like the ecclesiarch's throne room and was like, I denounce you as ecclesiarch and I denounce everything that you've done, and had him immediately executed. Without trial, without appeal, nothing. And it's a coup. It was a daring coup.
Yeah.
And with that, Van Dyer himself proclaimed himself master of the administratum and the newest ecclesiarch. He was not only, it was like, imagine like the president, but then he considers himself the president of like all departments of America, like the judicial branch, like he has taken up both positions.
Wow.
He is number one.
That's a big deal.
It's a big move.
That's a big power move, yeah.
And Jesus. So now that he has therefore taken up both the title of ecclesiarch, like leader of the church and master of the administratum, which is like the more organized part of it. Mm-hmm. Basically, a lot of people would consider this pretty awful. But, they hated the other guy so much because he was such a little bitch.
They probably thought that was a big step up from the baby back bitch.
Some of them did. Some of them were not so happy. Now, I'm not sure how much of this might be used as like as a major basis, but I'm not quite sure which leader it was. But I think it was like Saddam Hussein. But there's like that really famous, horrible video of like him standing on the podium, and he kind of like asks, "Who opposes me?" And then the people who stand up get like shot or something.
Yeah, they get taken out back and executed.
Yeah, something like that. That's basically what happened. The next few days, many people stood up to Van Dyer and his actions, and well,
they were executed. I assume.
They were immediately executed. They were declared traitor, declared a heretic, and immediately killed. And this guy was such a little baby. Anyone who was like, Van Dyer, I believe in you, but I'm not quite sure this is the best idea. And he would go into like a petulant rage and would just slaughter people in the thousands. And like a guy, like a high lord from a different, like a hive city would be like, Van Dyer, I'm not, we're with you and all, but we're not quite sure about this exterminatus thing. And he would like take out their civilians and like gun them down in front of him and be like, you sure about that?
Wow.
He's like, if your high lord is mean, your whole city pays penance.
He's a straight up terrorist. He's straight up like, I will murder your civilians if you disagree with me and fear you into agreeing with me.
Basically, like, we don't really know if he was like super unbalanced mentally before he became chief of everything, but it became way worse. He claimed that he spoke with the authority of the emperor himself, which is a big fucking deal. But
that's
like,
a huge deal, yeah.
He communed, he spoke to the emperor, like personally. He says he did these things. He would go into trance like states where he would like pretend to speak to the emperor. Like he would like walk around the palace just talking to himself as if he was talking to the emperor himself. Often he would enter insane rages, insisting that everything he said be transcribed, every word be written down, but at the same time to not like spy on him. Like orders that defied logic, that would contradict each other, and anyone who was like, we can't do that, it doesn't make any sense, he would have executed.
Jesus.
You're literally like, you're the secretary to the president, and the president is like, go get me a Diet Coke, but like it has to be Pepsi. You're like, sir, I can't do that, and they're like, kill him.
Wow. When you weren't kidding when you said he was like the worst.
He is the worst. Often he would go to other worlds, either worlds that were like stranded from the warp storms or something, and he would expect a full-blown parade, a full-blown like when they arrived, he expected them to already know of his arrival without any given warning, and if they were not prepared to give tribute, often he would slaughter the population. Sometimes he would even exterminatus the fucking planet. Sometimes if you didn't, if you weren't like, hey Goj, it's so great to see you here, God love the emperor, the moment he arrived and you provided to him money, food, wealth, and especially women, he would just fucking like gas your planet.
Holy shit. Just for not having a parade ready and not like offering him tribute as soon as he arrives, he would just exterminatus the planet.
He's such a petulant bitch. He's the worst.
Yeah, that's putting it mildly. That is, oh boy.
This is known as the Reign of Blood, by the way. Goj Vandire's Reign of Blood.
That name?
Who would have guessed? Though I knew he was pretty awful, but like imperial officials doing exterminatus and killing people is not a very uncommon thing. But there was one thing in particular that I really, really was like, wow, what a piece of work. And it was the breaking of Lord Phaedrus.
Oh, God.
One of the biggest issues that he had was bringing the Adeptus Astra Telepathica under his control. This is like the contingent of psychers. Now, Lord Phaedrus was the master of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica, which is a fucking mouthful.
It sure is.
But he was this is all psychers, and the Telepathica has them like, travel the warp and stuff. He was a super potent psyker, and as such, he like Vandire might have had like some charisma and shit to some people, because he obviously was a horrible liar. But being a psyker, you can kind of read minds if you're smart enough, and so he saw everything. He saw his intentions, his like veil of lies and his corruptness. And after enough of this, he used his psychic abilities to constantly stay a step ahead of him. And obviously Vandire couldn't just kill the guy because he'd be replaced by an even more powerful psyker. So he had to remove him. And in order to do so, he lured the psyker, the master of the psyker, into a trap. And he took a Coluxus assassin. Remember those sisters of silence that were like blanks? They had no soul.
Oh yeah.
So there's a special assassin temple called the Coluxus Assassins, which are described by the Eldar as being the embodiment of pure evil.
Oh wow!
They take those no soul people, and they outfit them with a fancy pantsy rig, which like amplifies their blank gene by like 10 times. It is often seen that just them existing on the battlefield, just them being near psychers, has them like gouging their eyes out and like ripping their skin off. Because like constantly attempting suicide just because anything is better than being near this horrifying monstrosity.
No, this is not going to end well for the leader of the Adeptus Astar Telepathica, whatever is it. This is not
big words.
going well for. Yeah, it's like That is a huge. I was like, oh, I got this. Nope.
So he lured him into a trap using this assassin, and being able to completely nullify all psychic powers in the area, he strapped him into a life support machine where the assassin permanently severed his ability to tap into the warp, permanently making him unable to be a psyker anymore. Which is basically akin to like cutting your nuts off as a man. Like that's like your thing. Yeah. You know, that's your life. Imagine being able to read everyone's minds and just having it shut off.
Oh man, that might be worse. Like that might be worse than castration for a psyker, because like I mean, yeah, it sucks if your balls get cut off, but like you can still live for stuff. If you're a psyker and you just fucking lose that's a big deal. That's not.
It is horrendous. In fact, it gets so bad that normally this operation would kill the psyker because these Cluxuses are so insane. Yeah. But they used a Magos. I can never pronounce this properly. Basically, like a Adeptus Mechanicus guy, like a tech priest. Used a biologist to keep him alive. And so he survived the operation, which made him insanely depressed. And he attempted to kill himself multiple times afterwards. He attempted to take his own life like 5 or 6 times.
Jesus.
But every time he tried to take his own life, Van Dyer was always there, taking the blade out of his hand or not allowing him to like hang himself. In the end, this guy was completely broken, and in that respect, Van Dyer specifically said he would not tell the rest of the Adeptus Telepathica that he lost his psychic abilities, who would therefore have him replaced or, have him killed. Yeah. And he would not tell anyone so long as he did everything he asked.
Wow. So he did. So fucked up.
And so he did.
Oh, that's so fucked up.
He's that right there for some reason feels so much worse than all the Exterminatuses. Maybe because it's more personal, but
yeah. Like on a scale of things, like the exterminating of a planet because they didn't have a parade should seem worse. But like the deliberate just savagery of this just feels so like, oh, and it's so deliberate and it's so long lasting. Like at least, oh boy, this is gonna sound really bad. At least when he exterminatus a planet, it's just like it's over, right? It doesn't. It's not like prolonged suffering. Like,
yeah, that I get. Well, there's like virus bombing and stuff, but I mean, regardless,
this was so much more personal and prolonged and deliberate and just it makes your skin crawl.
It really does. But now on the other side, let's get into a more fun topic. Let's talk about the brides of the Emperor. Hey. So, through a lot of like manipulation and some more Van Dyer stuff, he heard of the existence of a small group of, I wouldn't say like primitives, but like not Imperium level, not like more than 21st century, but not like anything crazier. Yeah. Now he heard of a small sect of warrior women on a planet known as San Lior, and he decided that to radio ahead to them and be like, "Hey, give me the parade," and all that shit.
So I thought that's what you were gonna say. Get the parade ready.
Basically. So he went to this planet, and they had a full-blown parade, flowers and food, and he was kind of going on his little thing and waving and everything, and all of these women at threat of gunpoint were singing his praise and all this wonderful stuff. And he found eventually there was the gigantic church, like the main temple. And at the temple, all these warrior women had the doors shut and said no like man is allowed to enter this holy ground. And the main woman went to Van Dyer and said, "You are barred from entering this place." And all of Van Dyer's associates like immediately cringed. Like,
yeah, I bet they did.
No, No!
Don't do that! You're all gonna... Jesus Christ!
But Van Dyer was calm. Some fucking reason. And this woman right here was named Alicia Dominica, one of my favorite characters in Warhammer lore. And he calmly stepped off his platform and went to her and handed her a bolt pistol. And walked back and said, "I am graced by the Emperor himself. You do not have the right to either bar me or harm me." And he put his hands out and he said, "Shoot me." Now, this is like an old school, they're not primitives, but they're back in the day. He had a thing called a Rosaria Psalm, which is basically like a force field, like a fancy and vulnerable field. So this woman, Alicia Dominica, shoots him in the head, and it just like a big invisible force field, it ricochets, it blows up, or whatever.
Yeah.
As proof that the Emperor himself is watching over him.
Oh, what a fucker.
I know, right? And so they were like, "Oh my God, he is!" And so they got on their knees, they clasped their hands together, they allowed him entry. Like, oh, he obviously is now the true voice of the Emperor. And so then he took them in. They were originally known as the Daughters of the Emperor, but he has now renamed them to the Brides of the Emperor. And they had become his personal retinue of soldiers and bodyguards. Now, so they were his actual personal fighting army, but they also had the Fraternus Templars, but that was imagine the Sisters were his Marines and the Templars were his Imperial Guard.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
That's the best way I could explain it. But they were trained by the Imperial Guard with all of the skills and weapons of war and stuff, and constantly would keep them as really well trained warriors. And they were also his silent assassins too. Often if he said, "Hey, this guy's a heretic, kill him," they would just immediately go up and gun the man down.
Oof, they
were
questions asked, just
not a single
loyal.
one. He's they're his you can't get more loyal than them. You really can't.
Yeah.
They truly were the epitome of all of that.
Man, I'm just waiting for this Goj fucker to get his. I'm hoping at some point it's just he gets his eyeballs taken out and shoved up his ass, so he has to constantly look at himself or something.
There's a great quote in the Emperor text-to-speech episodes, the series where I don't know if you've heard much about that, but
a little bit.
Basically it's it's a comedy thing, but they give the Emperor a text-to-speech device so he can talk now. And he's a douchebag. Hey. It's kind of good, but he's like, "You gave it to the most evil sounding guy ever, Goj Van Dyer. That name just screams, I'm gonna take your eyeballs out and put my penis into them." And you saying that made me think of that.
The irony, right?
I know. The irony.
I see what you did there, eh?
I'm done.
Oh boy.
But they not only did the Sisters or the Brides, whatever, they not only were his servants, but they were also companions. They tasted all of his food in case that was poisoned. Okay. They fed him when he was sick. They nursed him to health, which is why they have that kind of nun hospital kind of vibe, They entertained him with they were entertainers. They sang, they danced, and they,
Wow. Yeah, I got you. Yep.
Yeah, you know what else they did.
I know what you're throwing down.
Goj Van Dyer is a bad man.
Fastest hands in the West, right? Anyway.
Fastest hands in the West. Yeah, because he's a piece of shit. Of course. Often they would be sent out to serve as concubines for other high lords he liked. So I actually had to look up what a concubine specifically was referring to, but it's basically unlike the first lady of the lord or something, they would be his other servant women.
Yeah.
So pretty not a good guy.
Nope. Pretty. That's Goj. Just.
So
what a fucker.
One time, for all of their dancing and fanciness, they were still pretty horrifying in combat. Often a holy synoid, I believe what's called, tried to have Van Dyer assassinated a bit ago, And what the brides did is they went into the meeting chambers, locked the doors, and about an hour later carried the severed head of every single one of them.
Oh.
And so the sisters didn't fuck around then, and they don't fuck around now.
Yeah, they Jesus. It doesn't sound like you could get better bodyguards than that.
No, and in fact, it actually made the Reign of Blood even worse because now he had a fully extremely powerful fighting force on his side. However, there was one man who hardcore spoke out against him, and that man was Sebastian Thor. Now, if we truly had to think of a guy who might be the goodest of guys in Warhammer, this is up there. Sebastian Thor is basically Martin Luther. Not Martin Luther King, who was also a great guy. But Martin Luther, like nailing the commandments on the church, you know?
Yeah.
Or not commandments, but like the
what was it? Common sense,
that whole thing. You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
He was just a humble priest. He was a preacher, and he would constantly he was just such an insanely motivational speaker. And he would constantly go to worlds and talk up the power of the imperial truth. But he would start consistently denouncing the Lord, High Lord fucking Terra Ghost Vandire. And often many assassination attempts on his life were attempted. Yeah. But he was always one step ahead of them. And this became a real thorn in Ghost Vandire's side. And eventually he would practically lead like a religious crusade, Sebastian Thor that is, constantly gaining his own group of Fraudinus Templars and his own I'm not quite sure how to say it. Let's say his procession, but his own what's the group in a church called? Like the people, is that procession or is that like
sure. We'll go.
Yeah,
with that.
I don't know.
I don't know. I was gonna say I guess he's more of a Thor in his side, eh? Huh? Because he's Sebastian Thor,
Stupid. But he started gaining like quite a following. And this led over to both the Adeptus Astartes, which is the Space Marines, of course, and the Mechanicus, who both of them were kind of like, ooh, I don't like this Gauge guy. But naturally, they're too busy, killing chaos and orcs, and they had their own things to deal with. But with time, the chapter planets, like the planets that all the Primarchs were born on, and the Forge worlds and the Mechanicus started to become practically fortresses where you could go to survive the horrible amount of anarchy and death that was basically present everywhere in the Reign of Blood. It was almost like a safe haven. And because of that, many Space Marine chapter masters and high fabricators of the Mechanicus found Sebastian Thor in his news and either allied with him or swore to protect him. Because, they were like, yeah, holy shit, this Gauge guy is a fucking asshole.
Yeah, that's an understatement, but yeah.
Yeah, they believed that he went against like the machine god and everything the machine god stood for. Often Vandire would ask the Mechanicus to forcefully make him all this crap, and they'd be like, no. However, eventually, with enough time, Sebastian Thor gathered an insane following, and that was when another coup, I guess, or more of a revolt would finally spark. Going over to Terra, which is Earth, if you forget, because some people forget that. Going over to Terra with large fleets of Space Marines and Mechanicus vessels, they began practically trying to get him removed, get him the fuck out of there.
Yeah,
there was just one problem. There was an entire gigantic military force of Fraudinus Templars and Sisters of Battle, and they were way too powerful. In fact, they fought consistently, and Vandire was like, yo, my generals, my High Lords of Terra guys, go out there and deal with those Space Marines and Mechanicus. And they were like, no, that's fucking suicide. Are you shitting me? And then, of course, they were executed for not doing it.
Of course, because it's Ghost, yeah.
Yeah, because he's a fucking douchebag. But like all of them were like, fuck that. I ain't fighting the Space Marines. Are you shitting me? And then every time they said no, a Sister of Battle would unsheath her sword and cut his head off. Because Because yeah,
that's how it works. That's what he does. That's what they do. So
that's what they do.
So does he have any fighting force left, or did they finally? I guess we're gonna go fight him.
Well, they basically they held up in the ecclesiarchal palace, the imperial palace. I think it was the imperial palace, or I'm not sure which palace it was, but basically all of the Templars and the sisters were so trained, so powerful that they couldn't break the siege. I mean, they probably could with enough like firepower, but this was Terra. This was the holy area of the emperor himself. They were basically held up in the emperor's palace. Well, so you can't just bomb it.
That's true. You can't really.
And then you had all the issue with like the human populace, and they kept on trying to get through to the palace, and they couldn't get past the sisters, and they couldn't get past the Templars with his little militia.
Yeah. Damn.
But during this entire frame of time, it's my favorite fucking part of the story, and I love this. During this entire part, the Adeptus Custodes, the Golden Boys, right? The Watchers of the Emperor himself, they were didn't have a horse in this race. Their job is simple: protect the Emperor, nothing but.
Yeah.
But the main guy, I got into the Captain General. I don't know if it was Constantine Valdor, if it was Trajan Valoris, but one of the major Captain Generals was kind of sitting there watching. Now, there's this cool thing, I don't know if I mentioned it before, but it's called the blood games that the custodians would do. And basically, they would take half the custodians, and they would attempt to break into the palace and kill the emperor. Not actually, but like attempt to do so as if they were the enemy. And this would allow them to consistently shore up their defenses and figure out stuff. So the Imperial Palace is just a maze of hidden passageways and secret entrances and all this crap that allow the custodians to traverse because in case of any kind of battle. Now, because of this, the Captain General used said things to escape from the Imperial Palace and go meet with the Marines and the Mechanicus and ask them what the hell's going on. And they've been basically telling him everything going on, what the hell's happening, all this crazy shit. And because at this point, it's becoming a bit of a danger to Big E and everything. And they kind of need a little bit of a horse in the race. So after learning about everything, this custodian would eventually enter the room with the major contingent of sisters, Alicia Dominica being one of them. And he would meet with them quietly and personally. And he spoke with Alicia and told her everything. What Van Dyer is, what he's been doing, all this kind of stuff. And she would not have it. She refused. She was so loyal, like custodian is obviously extremely appreciative, but it's not enough, right? So he saw no other option. So what he did, the custodian, the Captain General, he left like 4 of his personal bodyguard as hostages for the sisters. And he escorted Alicia Dominica and her personal 5 bodyguard warriors named Arabella, Lucia, Mina, Silvana, and Catherine, also, which is the Triumph of St. Catherine, which is the model that is you can purchase as the sisters now.
Oh, okay.
That like coffin dance, that's actually the corpse of Catherine who was here for this.
Oh, okay.
Which is kind of cool. But he led them directly into the golden throne of the emperor himself. Like, they stood in front of the corpse of the emperor himself, and nobody knows what happened. Nothing has been recorded. No one has said anything. But when they stepped out of the room, Alicia Dominica eyes would be misconstrued as the center of the sun. She was fucking appalled and enraged to a level like never before seen. She was so insanely angry, and she took her and her 6 or 5 other women and marched to Van Dyer. And I quote, You have committed the ultimate heresy. Not only have you turned your back on the Emperor and stepped away from his light, you have profaned his name and destroyed almost everything he has striven to build. You have perverted and twisted the path he has laid for mankind to tread. As your own decrees have stated, there can be no mercy for such a crime, no pity for such a criminal. I renounce your lordship. You walk in the darkness and cannot be allowed to live. Your sentence has been long overdue, and now it is time for you to die. And as she said these words to Van Dyer, he, like, shaking his head and like his body trembling. In a sense, he might have been like so divorced from reality that he barely even understood what she was saying. And his last words, and this is the only thing about Gosh Van Dyer that I find fucking funny, is, quote, "I don't have time to die. I'm too busy."
What?
It is the only Chad thing Van Dyer has ever done.
Oh, I hope she fucked him up something good. I hope he gets like...
Unsheathing Dominica's power sword, she took one swing at his head and decapitated his body right there on the spot, which is interesting because Van Dyer's force field, Rosarius, just happened to fail him at that time.
Oh.
Which is kind of a thought process of like the sister's ability to create miracles because of the Emperor's will.
Oh,
kind of
okay.
It's somewhat assumed that maybe the Emperor was like, no Rosarius for you. And right like that, just head decapitated from his body, and Gosh Van Dyer would cease to be.
I will be honest with you. There was a part of me that was like, man, I really wanted him to have like prolonged suffering. Like,
I really hope he got kneecapped.
Yeah, I was like, man, if they could like hook him up to a machine that like constantly tortures him for all of eternity, I'd really dig that. But I guess decapitation will have to do.
It's pretty fucking badass. I absolutely love this story. Like the concept that even the custodian of the Emperor couldn't sway them, so she had to be taken and her bodyguard personally to the Emperor himself.
Yep.
And then they just emerged from that room with no record of what happened, just like enraged. All of the women were like in their own right so excited to fucking like decapitate this son of a bitch.
I'm sure they were. I'm curious what happened in that room. What did Ems just commune with them? You think, or like
possibly he spoke to them like
did
like he still has like a psychic power. He probably can't talk because his face probably doesn't work. But
because it's just it's just a skull. Yeah,
there's a good chance that he might have. Honestly, I'm not quite sure, but that's not really the point. This is one of the few points of like subtlety that Warhammer has.
Somehow she found out, and boy, did she let him have it.
She absolutely did. All of these 6 women have been immortalized as saints. So this is known as Saint Dominica, the triumph of Saint Catherine. You know, Alicia Dominica is easily one of my favorite characters in all of 40k lore. I find her she was the one who went to Van Dyer and was like, "You do not get to go in this room." And then,
she's the one that stood up to him.
And then she was the one who stood up to him again.
Yep.
It's
and
so
took
cool.
His head off.
So after that, Sebastian Thor became the new ecclesiarch. He dismantled almost all of Van Dyer's quote unquote reforms and political changes. He segmented the High Lord's position multiple times to the Senatorum Imperialis, the Ministorum, the Ecclesiarchy. He basically created checks and balances. He completely dismantled the Fraternis Templars and issued something called the Decree Passive, which means that the Ecclesiarchy could not maintain men under arms, quote unquote, men under arms.
Is that how they get around that? Okay.
Now, naturally, the church does need a fighting force.
Of course they do.
So with this large group of the brides of the Emperor, they were then renamed to the Adeptus Sororitas, also known as the Sisters of Battle, and they were now their own group to fight for the church in their own right. And that's about it. That's the end. That was the Age of Apostasy. The sisters are now on their own thing. They have their own orders. Alicia Dominica was the saint of the Order of the Ebon Chalice, my personal favorite order. We'll talk more about them in the sisters episode, but she as well as all the other saints have died because they're not like immortal.
Yeah.
But she actually died to a traitor lasgun shot. She was under fire in a battle, and I think she was sustained like over 100 gunfire wounds to her armor and everything, and still stood up until one final lasgun shot pierced her heart because her armor was weakened and broken, and that's how she finally passed.
Jesus, that's some armor. That's a badass. Jesus.
Oh, they're so cool. Saint Catherine was the same way. They now tote her dead body into battle in the coffin dance model, which if you haven't seen that model, oh my god, it's my favorite model in the whole game. Like I'll show it to you later, but because obviously we're on a podcast, they can't see. But for those of you viewers listening, go look up the Triumph of Saint Catherine model. It's so cool. But I love.
I want to see that now. The Triumph of Saint Catherine model. Like I
love this.
Just fucking carry her corpse around.
Story. I think it's so cool. It's a little bit more like a little more personal.
Welcome everyone to another episode of the Adeptus Ridiculous podcast. My name is DK, and I used to be a Warhammer 40k newbie, but thanks to our Warhammer 40k veteran of the streets, Bricky, I've learned a lot, and we hope you have too. And before we get into today's episode, if you enjoy the podcast, head on over to patreon.com/AdeptusRidiculous, where you can support the podcast and get a bunch of bonuses, you know, stuff like bloopers, some real slick HD posters that are totally not waifu and totally not about big abs, and, you know, some behind-the-scenes stuff. It was a good time. You get access to the Discord, all that good stuff. And, if I'm not mistaken, Bricky, there's another pretty special Patreon exclusive that I think you should tell the people about.
Oh, you're just a generous man, DK. So maybe some of you saw us recently. Well, if you remember, in our Schola Progenium episode, we made our little joking fan fiction idea, and someone brought it to life, in which we retweeted on Twitter and, you know, showed all of you. I gotta be honest, it's pretty harsh in the sense of I'm just like, oh my god, someone made this. But in classic Adeptus Ridiculous fashion, we chose the path of most idiocy and hired said artists to make us more comic panels. And if you'd like to see these comic panels, they will be on our Patreon and will be exclusive to said Patreon for the first week. And after that, it'll go up on the main website for everybody else. Man, we've seen the new one. I think I like it, even though it's so like cringily cute.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, it's cringily cute, right? Like you said, but the dialogue is so fucked up. Like, the things these two say to each other about what's going on in the Schola Progenium, oh boy, it's rough.
I love it. I love the backgrounds. It has no right to be this good. At the same time, it is still awful in the best way. But we're paying artists, and that's always a good thing,
Yeah. So if you want to see it, patreon.com/adeptusridiculous. I think it starts next week.
Give or take.
Give or take.
I don't quite remember.
Yeah. Schedules depending. It should.
Schedules depending. Besides that, there's merch in the description. Go to town, whatever, man. DK!
Yo, I don't know what's going down this episode again. This is gonna be some good shit. You're so hype.
I'm so hype.
We're literally recording this like 15 minutes early because Bricky was so hype. He's like, let's do it. I'm ready. Let's go. You're gonna love this. This is gonna be good shit. So
we gotta do the Alpha Legion. That's not today. We're working on that. That's one of our major Patreon goals. Don't worry. That's in its work. I need to read the book. So give me some time on that one. We're doing our full episode on the sisters today, DK.
Oh, no wonder you were so excited. Your girls.
I know.
Your girls. Let's go.
Oh my god, that's a good thumbnail whip.
Oh,
that's so good.
We just saw the work in progress thumbnail in the chat, and that's a banger.
That's actually great because the character in the back is actually one of the newly released models called the Dogmata, and she's got this big old like staff, and it looks like you can bonk someone with it, so it's fantastic.
Large no horny written on it. Love it.
Hell yeah. So now, as we discussed prior, and now that we're doing with the new legions, is that we had like the origin story, which we did, the Age of Apostasy, the original Doge Van Dyer starting meme, where it all began, which is always great, and of course we know how they came about, but this is more of a discussion of the overall faction, some characters, some of the orders, things like that, because it's similar like what we did with the Necrons and the World Eaters and Orcs and stuff.
Sure. When you mention the birth of Doge Van Dyer, I think we should refer to that as the birth of a god, because
he's such a shithead.
He really is. The fact that we've been able to like put Doge Van Dyer on a pedestal is incredible. Doge Van Dyer was so bad.
He was literally worse than Hitler.
Literally worse.
He was on like the 5 Hitler scale.
But he's a cute Doge now, so
he's a cute dog now.
Yeah, he's a good boy.
In a sense, the thing he would hate the most is us turning him into an adorable mascot. Like, no sororitas, don't turn me into marketable plushies.
That's true. So when is that happening, by the way?
Dude, I gotta do research if we want Doge Van Dyer plushies. that's gonna take a while.
So you're saying there's a chance?
So you're saying I have a chance?
So you're saying there's a chance? That's not a no.
That's not a no, but it's not a yes. Actually, that is a great segue. Just call me Dean Kamen. You know Dean Kamen's dead?
Really?
Yeah.
I thought he was still kicking.
I don't believe so.
Oh, that's grim dark, dude.
Oh wait, maybe he is still alive.
Oh no.
No, wait. Oh wait, he is still alive.
Oh,
yeah, he is still alive. Never mind, I lied. I thought he died.
I keep that in, Shy. Don't put that in the blooper reel. Keep that
shit.
in.
All right, he's still alive. Emperor has his graces. Anyway, DK, did I ever tell you why all the sisters have white hair?
Oh, you did, but I can't remember why. I think it was like, was it Alicia Dominica that talked to the Emperor?
Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if I mentioned that.
Wants to look like her. It's not that their hair is actually white. They all just want to like mimic her or something.
Pretty close.
Like that? Okay,
I don't think I mentioned this in the Age of Apostasy episode, but when good old Alicia Dominica, Saint Dominica, went to go into the Emperor's throne room with the custodian, she actually had like regular brown black hair or something, but when she emerged from the throne room, her hair was like completely bleached white.
Yeah,
either due to the psychic power of the Emperor or some reason. So it's actually an unknown fact, or a little known fact, that you don't need white hair to be in the Sisters. Celestine has like black hair. You know, like you actually don't need to have white hair, but by dyeing your hair white, you're kind of paying homage or more so paying respect to Saint Dominica and to the idea of purity of faith. So you actually don't need it if you don't feel like it, but often they do because, you know, it's a good thing to have.
I was gonna say, I don't think I've ever seen a sister that didn't have white hair, though I haven't really looked into it.
Well, a lot of them are like bald too.
Oh, that's true. That's also true. They either don't have hair or it's just like white.
Yeah, I mean they have plenty of colors. Actually, in the Sisters of Battle Codex, the newest one, they have a couple of the Order Minoris, which are some of the lesser orders, and some of them have like black hair, some of them have gray, some of them have red. There's actually quite a few different color schemes that you can do with the hair color, which I actually like a lot because it allows you to just kind of color the hair how you feel like it, and it's technically lore friendly. But it's actually one because it's one of the major factors of the Sisters is their white nun type garb. Yeah. So it's kind of a neat concept.
So not too many Sisters players are like painting their hair like green and blue and making like an anime troupe or something.
I mean, if there was gonna be one, that there was gonna be, this would be the faction probably.
Yeah.
So I guess it's fair.
There's probably a lot of there's probably a couple people that actually do that.
So I want to talk a little bit about some of the more interest. Let me close out of this tab of Dean Kamen. Let me talk a little bit more about some of the interesting, like, there's one thing that's really fucking cool about the Sisters. Now, obviously, this is my favorite faction in the whole game. You know this. Just in case the chat and the YouTube comments need to be reminded, there's a reason why I'm a huge fan of this faction. And there's actually a lot of reasons, and I'll probably get into some of the more specific reasons later. But I think that one thing in particular is that a lot of people used to hearken the Sisters of Battle to the female variation of the Space Marines because they wear power armor and they use like bolters and stuff, right? But when you really look at them, it really couldn't be farther from the truth. Like, they have power armor, right? But it's a combination of the two things where I appreciate Space Marines for what they are, but I'm also a big Guard fan, right? I love my Guard. Sisters do not have genetic upgrades. They are normal human women. There is nothing about them that's special besides their unflinching, unwavering faith, which can create miracles and stuff, and the fact that they're afforded power armor. They have power armor.
I thought that they did have like some sort of spiffy upgrade. I didn't realize they were just like humans with faith.
They're just normal humans. That's kind of why one of the reasons I'm a big fan of them, because it kind of combines a little bit of that guardsman feel where they're just normal people, but it's this really awesome concept that through unflinching, unwavering mental faith and fortitude, that they can create and cause miracles on the battlefield and fight off like greater demons by just shouting sermons and shooting them with bolters. And they're just regular fucking ladies. They're just normal, regular humans, but they have this laughably devout feel to them. And of course, I think their style really speaks a lot to them. You know, we always talk about, and I always mention, you know, taking culture and putting it into the group. Obviously, the volume of nunneries, nuns, Catholic nuns, it's very evident in this one.
Yeah.
This is literally nuns with guns.
It actually kind of sounds like they're a nice little mix of like Space Marine and Guard, because they've got like the cool armor, they've got bolters, they've got some powers, but at the same time they're just mortal humans fighting the good fight. So it's kind of nice in the mix. If you like Space Marines and you like the Guard, you know, put them together and what do you got? It's a sister. I was gonna do the pineapple pen thing, but then I decided not to because that's a dead meme.
Thanks for not doing the pineapple pen meme.
No problem.
I was terrified. But yeah, I mean, it does kind of feel like they're a little bit of a combination, but they're so different in like their art style because they're covered in like I don't know how to pronounce it properly. I always am told I'm pronouncing it wrong. The fleur de lis, I don't know.
fleur-de-lis, but that's fine.
Fleur-de-lis, whatever. Yeah, they're just covered in those. They have the Inquisition symbols, but it's a combination of that and the fact that they're what might be argued as one of the most evil fucking factions of the Imperium. Like, it's ballsy for GW to be like, yeah, I'm gonna take the all-female order and make them the most fucking evil. You know, you see all those babies, lobotomize them, carry my ammo. Hey, that guy, he looked at a piece of hentai, put him in the penitent engine. Let's take an arco-flagellant over there. You know, let's take off his limbs, give him some flails. He watched some smacked.
Oh, I forgot about the lobotomized babies. I totally forgot about that. Oh, God.
I mean, Space Marines use them too, but Sisters have a lot of them. Whereas Space Marines use them...
Place, right?
Yeah, Space Marines use them to carry, like, ammo. The Sisters use them to carry fucking incense and shit.
Oh, man. Oh, boy. It's kind of ballsy to make, the all-female sort of, like, religious zealots the most evil, part of the Imperium. That sounds like it's straight out of like a JRPG. The evil is God and all of his followers, and we must kill them. That sounds it's oof.
I mean, if we're being smart, GW, if we're giving GW any credit, to say that they've enjoyed their satirization of religious zealotry and nationalism is a thing. But at the same time, this is also a toy soldier game, so I don't want to look too deep into it.
That's fair.
But I want to talk about the matriarchs, man.
All right.
I want to talk about the matriarchs. So this is a fucking cool part, and they're starting to flesh it out a little bit more, and I think it's awesome. So remember, Alicia Dominica went into the Emperor's throne room. It wasn't just her. The reason that she is so important is because she was the main leader of the Sisters during the Doge Van Dyer Reign of Blood, and she was the one who beheaded him. It's actually the 6 matriarchs: Saint Catherine, Saint Dominica, Saint Lucia, Saint Mina, Silvana, and Arabella. And these are the six sisters that were all the major matriarchs that all eventually went to go form all of the Order Primaris. So there's Order like Primaris and then Order Secundus, I think, or Tertiary. I forget exactly how it's pronounced, but basically, You know how Guardsmen and Marines have chapters, Guardsmen have regiments.
Mm-hmm.
So Sisters have orders, and there's 6 main orders. So Saint Catherine is the Order of Our Martyred Lady. Lucia is of the Valorous Heart. Dominica is one of them. She was the Ebon Chalice. You have the Bloody Rose, the Argent Shroud, and the Sacred Rose. Now, Saint Catherine now all these, by the way, all these girls, they're all dead.
Oh, yeah. Well, because they're humans. They couldn't be alive that long, right? They're just humans.
And they also got killed in battle. They've all been martyred.
Oh, okay.
Because if there's one thing that Sisters really fucking like, it's killing themselves. They love martyrdom.
Well, that's fair. If you're gonna be a religious zealot, chances are you want to be martyred for the cause, and that's fair. Okay.
That's besides flames and meltas, that's one of their big favorites. But Saint Catherine, for instance, Saint Catherine was really the military doctrine. She was the smart military leader, and she was the saint of the Order of Our Martyred Lady. This is the one you probably noticed the most. It's the black and red color scheme that you see everywhere.
Yep.
She was the main like military tactician under Alicia. Saint Lucia was actually actually they all have these surnames. So the big group, Saint Catherine is the martyr, the shield bearer. Lucia is the endurant of the passion. Dominica was the spirit of holy wrath. Mina was known as Saint Mina the Bloody. And then Saint Silvana the intercession, and Saint Arabella the liberator from doubt. Because having badass fucking names is a good GW staple.
Oh yeah, those are some dope names. The Bloody, gee, I wonder what she liked to do. Jesus.
Oh, she's cool. So yeah. Saint Catherine, you might remember as the saint of Order of Our Martyred Lady. The Order of Our Martyred Lady they love martyrdom. Oh, do they like it? They almost feel like Krieg. They're like the Sisters version of Krieg, where they're really down to die for the cause.
I was gonna say, if you're really into martyrdom, man, it must be really hard to keep your ranks full. Cause I mean, you're gonna it sounds like they're gonna martyr themselves before the enemy has a chance to shoot them. So
like the dying sisters on the battlefield are being like praised. Their other sisters are like, oh, Saint Mary, you're dying horribly. The Emperor truly loves you, for you have been vindicated as a saint. Goodbye. Like, they really like it. In game, if you actually gain bonuses for having your people die.
Oh.
It's the best.
All right. Cool.
So like if you had like a big 20 woman squad of sisters, if any squad suffered casualties but isn't fully dead, the entire rest of the squad hits better. They hit on like 2s instead of 3s. It's
immediately I'm like, if I ever play the tabletop, that's the squad I should get, because chances are I'm gonna roll like garbage because I have no luck in dice rolls. So if everything happens to go wrong and I get a shitload of bonuses, hey, that's a win-win.
As we might remember, Saint Catherine is obviously dead, and they are carrying her bones into battle nowadays with the coolest model ever, the Triumph of Saint Catherine.
Oh, that's right. You've shown me that a couple times. That is a very dope model. Oof.
It's literally carrying her bones into battle with a whole bunch of different matriarchs, which I'll talk about in a bit. But Saint Lucia was the Order of the Valorous Heart. Now, and she's also the Endurant of the Passion, as I stated. Saint Lucia did not live a good life. She eventually was captured by traitors and had her eyes gouged out. And she was held hostage and was forced to listen to the screams of the dying innocents that the traitors had. So they basically brought a whole bunch of innocent people and like murdered them in front of her in an attempt to make her renounce her faith.
Jeez. Well, on the plus side, at least she didn't have to see it, right?
I suppose.
Right?
But
she only had to hear it.
Though including other sisters of battle were brought to be tortured in front of her. However, they were tortured without a sound. They did not make a single sound. And now the heretics stated that Lucia did abandon her faith. But once those heretics were then captured and put to the brand, they eventually, say that they lied and she never actually renounced her faith after all this time of torture.
They were just trying to slander her and make her seem like a traitor, and then the Imperium would do the dirty work and kill her.
Yeah, so she was killed at the hands of these traitors after some time. But this created the concept of the Order of the Valorous Heart, which has the idea of impervious to pain. The Valorous Heart are brutal. They have a very slow way of warfare. They do it the tactical way. They cut off a supply line. They mess up different kinds of like shipping food. They poison your water supply. They destroy your like chemical vats. And so often the worlds that they fight, they usually siege and actually end up kind of fucking up the world. Like the poisons and the chemicals kind of go into the air. And because of that, they tend to trudge on these worlds, and they actually relish in the idea of scarring and pain. No other order bears as many hideous facial scars as the Order of the Valorous Heart does. Their faces are incredibly fucked up. They are like scratched and scarred. They're missing chunks of tissue, or like it's all blistered up and it's really nasty because they like walk in like a poisonous world that they just destroyed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Shy posted a picture of one of them, and holy shit, she looks all fucked up. She kind of looks like a zombie. Like it's just
a little bit.
Flesh is just hanging off her face, and she's got this dead eye. She's on fire. Holy shit! Their logo is sick.
Their logo is sick. Almost all the logos are really cool looking.
That's true. I'm assuming this is all because what was her name? Valor? What's the lady's name that got tortured?
Lucia.
Lucia. I'm assuming they're trying to be like, oh, well, she endured that, so we can endure this, and we can be stronger, and blah, blah, blah. Let's emulate Lucia.
You are a very smart man. They believe that pain is actually a vessel to make it so they understand the pain of their saint. Often, if you lose an eye in battle, that's actually a great thing, because you are much closer to understanding the pain of your matron saint, because she had her eyes gouged out.
That's true, she did. Jesus.
The
No
valorous hearts. No half measures with the sisters. Yeah. The valorous hearts actually refuse all anesthetic during surgeries and amputations, because pain is the holy way of the emperor.
Jesus, that's hardcore.
It's really hardcore. There's actually a pretty neato thing where you look at the rules. Where's my little book here? Here it is. So it said, Sister Gerbolda's, or however, lips cracked and bled. Her head pounded as the blazing light from the three suns beat down upon her, and she could no longer sweat. She missed the sting of salty liquid dripping into the ruptured blisters that covered her face from the sunburn. Pain was precious. It reminded her of matriarch Lucia, and that she was alive and could serve. And so they were this was a training drill. This wasn't even a battle. This was a training drill, and they were walking up desert dunes, and some of the girls would get sand blasted in their open wounds from the winds, and then fall down the hill to climb up the 4-hour trek again. And some of them had either given up or couldn't do it due to weakness. And she's like, "Don't worry, the sweet correction of the whip will be at them soon."
Oh, I'm sure people say this a lot about 40K, but I would not want to be in that faction. Even
the valorous heart, no way, man.
Nope, do not want any. I guess you could say they're a bit of an eyesore.
Drum roll, put the drum in, Shy, put the drums in.
Yeah, let's go. Stupid. So stupid.
So the next one is Saint Dominica, of course. This is the Order of the Ebon Chalice, my personal favorite order. This is a Dominica, we don't need to go too far into her. They're the spirit of holy wrath. They particularly hate psychers. It's the Ebon Chalice, so, obviously. Yeah, though she used to carry this thing, this was like the goblet of the Ebon Chalice. There was this giant goblet she would carry around, and by pouring a teeny amount of the contents out on the battlefield, it's basically like having a pariah next to a psyker. All the enemies would just start like screaming, and their eyes would like burst in their heads, and their skin would like start to melt, and psykers would just combust. And she's just like, dip, dip, dip. And they all start fucking losing their mind. Dip, 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 pour, pour, pour.
So, whoa, what's in this chalice, actually?
I have no fucking idea. Anyone who knows has been labeled a heretic, and even their own scribes set aflame for writing about it.
Whoa!
The goblet's gone. It died with Dominica, but at the time she was like, pour, screaming, pour, screaming. Shit. You know that meme where the guy like presses the button? He's like, all right, if you press this button, 100 people will die, but and he just like keeps on slamming the button. It's like, dude, stop. It's like pour, 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 pour.
Stop, man! You're killing everybody. Now I'm curious about the chalice. I'm curious about what the hell could possibly be in it, and how did she get it?
I have no fucking idea. I have no clue.
It's and I feel like a super OP relic that she got that she just drip drip.
I mean, this is like 8,000 years ago, so I honestly no clue. But it was something else. Saint Mina is the Order of the Bloody Rose, as she is Saint Mina the Bloody. Saint Mina was a very angry person. She was basically the champion. So normally whenever there's like a Space Marine chapter, you have a champion, which is like your dedicated fighter man,
Sure.
This is her champion, and she was quick to anger. She was very angry all the time, and just consistently, and that's the Bloody Rose thing. It's the melee order. they're just constantly angry. They're always just infuriated at all times. In fact, this lady was so nuts that it is said that when the Emperor's custodian, the Captain General, came to go say what's up to them and talk to them, she immediately lashed out and ran at him and started beating on him with her weapons. And it is said that the two of them fought for like an hour before they were both at a standstill. Now, it said that. I do not believe for a second that our sister could hold her own against the Captain General of the Custodians. But I am.
That is a lot.
I can assume that the custodian in this, because he didn't want them to be against them, that he probably went easy. Point being,
he didn't really want to kill her because
that's an assumption. Point being, she was very angry and she was quite the swordsman.
All right.
In fact, there's got a good little quote in the book. Not really a quote, but a little thing here. It says,
"Let's go, Bricky quote."
It's not a quote. It's more just me reading a passage from the book. But it's, the heretic screams were louder than the roar of the flamer. Sister Berta did not release the trigger until the traitor dropped to the floor. Only his burning corpse lit the bunker. The stench of cooking flesh blended with that of burning promethium. Berta breathed deeply. The smell never got old. The only sound that remained was the crackling of the fire and the popping of boiling fat. And purge the unclean, she said, as she pulled the trigger again, and flames engulfed them all.
So descriptive. It's just.
I know.
So
can you imagine that you're a regular guardsman, you're just chilling, and then the nun lady, like the nice nun lady, is just like burning a fucking heretic, and his skin is popping and boiling like melted cheese, and she's just like, oh yeah.
Yeah. That's not the campfire you want to attend. That's not the. Nobody's singing Kumbaya after that one. That's
someone's singing Kumbaya.
Yeah, she probably is. You know what these Bloody Rose sound like? They sound like the sister variant of the World Eaters.
Like, they're the or the sister variant of the Blood Angels, I suppose. Either work. The dedicated melee all in red. Yeah.
They strangely love burning people alive.
Well,
like,
all
isn't
sisters
that what Karn
love that.
did, right?
Well, Karn did do that, yes. But all the sisters love the flamer in general. That's their main weapon.
Oh, okay.
Well, kind of. So,
I guess
the Holy Trinity: the bolter, the flamer, and the melta.
Wait, so what's a melta?
It is a lance of like superheated light of the heat of the sun that burns through tanks.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, melta sounds kind of like it should be a flamethrower because it's gonna melt you. So I was
put the drums in, Shy. Put the drums in. More drums. I want more drums.
I had not intended to make that pun, but I will take it.
But it's basically a giant anti-tank beam.
Gotcha.
But they love their flamers, they love their bolters, and love their meltas. It's literally called the Holy Trinity. There's also, the next one is Saint Sylvana. This is a cool one. This is the Order of the Argent Shroud. She's also known as the Intercession. The Argent Shroud are speechless. Their whole thing are deeds, not words. Now, they still pray and have hymns and all that stuff, but when they're on the battlefield, they say nothing. Sylvana was always known in Alicia's group as being quiet and stoic, barely ever speaking. There are no written records of her speaking besides her hymns. They're like first in, first out group. They are incredibly fast. And so often what they would do is they'd take like large contingents of jetpack troops and things like that, and they'd fly in incredibly quickly, deal with the problem, and then just leave without a word. Often to the annoyance of like governors and planetary rulers, is like, hey, the sisters are here to save us. Let's do battle plans. And they just wouldn't speak to them. And then they're like, where's the battle plans? They need the battle plans. And then the sisters would just leave. Like, what the fuck? And then they realize the threat's been destroyed. Like, oh, I guess they did it.
Yeah, guess we didn't need any plans after all. Yeah, I mean, you can stay quiet as long as, if you just go kill everybody. Who needs battle plans? Good for them. They sound dope.
They're
sound
super
hardcore as
dope.
fuck.
Deeds, not words.
I would not want to piss one off. I'm not sure how you would piss one off.
Be a heretic.
Well, yeah, like, I suppose.
The last one was Saint Arabella, the matriarch of the Sacred Rose. She was known as the liberator from doubt. Now, Saint Arabella was calm as all shit. She was the one who was really good at negotiations, and she was very contained. Like people are just getting murdered everywhere, and she's just like, the Emperor is with us. Yes, of course. Indeed, you will be saved.
Okay.
The Sacred Rose, they don't just believe that they serve the Emperor, they legitimately believe themselves to be a vessel of his divine will. They have the most miracles of any other order. And specifically, Arabella was that way. She would hold her like ecclesiarchal seal or whatever that little pendant is to her chest, and she just walk in the battlefield saying hymns and sermons, and then just everyone's gun in front of her would just malfunction, and they would all just jam, or the bullets would just happen to not hit her, or tanks would stall. Just that faith, that the miracles would just occur as she would just strode through the battlefield. Sacred Rose is cool.
Oh yeah. So how do these miracles work exactly?
GW doesn't even know.
I was gonna say, I don't know if we talked about this in one of the previous episodes. It feels like a conversation that we've had where, are they maybe a little psycher-y? And they just think that they're praying, and they think that the miracles are happening, even though it's not, from the Emperor, and they're not actually.
So Sisters of Battle hate psychers. They despise psychers. There are so many rules that are anti-psycher in the game. But the sisters themselves, the concept is with the orc. It's a smaller version of the orc's ideas, where they believe it so zealously, so fervently, that it will become the thing. They're so devoted in the Emperor that these miracles manifest. Very similar to the orc's power of imagination. They just believe it'll happen.
Okay.
And also, like with the orcs, when there's so many sisters, because orcs, they yell, they wah, they do all that stuff, and they believe things will happen. But imagine you have an entire fighting force of sisters, and they are literally, every single one of them, chanting sermons and hymns and praying while firing. They are all there simultaneously gunning down the heretics while being like, by his grace, the Emperor protect me. By his grace, you die. And then you have all the chicks in the back who are the Imagifiers and the Dialogi who are screaming out their sermons and their prayers. And then you're raining holy water from the sky. And your pipe organ tanks are playing hymns with their giant organs.
Jeez.
Imagine Wah power, but for the sisters in its own way. And then, of course, you have Celestine, who's basically a demon.
So is it like Wah in that they actually do have, a power? They actually do, because it's...
No, I think the orcs... Because the orcs, I think, are very minorly psyker, because they were Old One created and stuff.
Right.
The sisters don't have that, which is why their powers are a lot less than orcs. Their ships still need to function like normal ships.
Yeah, sure.
It's miracles that occur. It's the concept that, like I mentioned before, you fired a lucky bolter shot and it happened to ricochet on a bad part of a tank and it hit the fuel line and the tank exploded. Or you just happened to get a grazing shot, or the enemy's power armor malfunctioned and then they fell over and it allowed you to get the final hit. It's things that you could rationalize as coincidence, but by golly, it's a lot of coincidences.
Yeah, the first time is a coincidence. The second time, maybe. Third time, it's not a coincidence anymore.
The 40th time, you should join the sisterhood.
Yeah. If it happens often enough that you have destroyed a tank in one shot several times, I don't think that's a coincidence anymore.
So Shai says, in theory, the warp works through people's beliefs, emotions, and feelings. Thousands of years of fucking in pain created Slesh. So thousands of years of believing the Emperor as a god sort of turned him into a god. So as chaos worshippers can get powers from chaos, Emperor worshippers can get powers from the Emperor. In theory, it makes sense in theory. But I will say, if the Emperor actually does become a god, it definitely makes the whole imperial truth or type of thing a little bit rough, because the Emperor is such a douchebag.
Yeah, sure is. But that makes sense. That makes,
the concept makes sense, especially when you're the Sisterhood, which is just so angry.
Yeah, that's a theory I can get behind for why their miracles happen. And okay.
It's a workable theory.
Sure.
There's a couple other things. So those are the 6 orders, actually.
Mm-hmm.
They're all pretty cool. They've all, all the saints have eventually passed, but all those orders are the ones you can play in the tabletop. There's also the various troops. There's like the regular sister troop. We talked about the penitent engines, which, we know about the penitent engines. They you strap them up to it. You stick a bunch of stuff in your cerebellum and your cerebral cortexes, and you pump them full of drugs and things that make you experience excessive pain and self-loathing to the point where you power the engine to death. There is also
super 40k thing. That thing is awful.
Oh yeah.
But
there's the
Arcoflagellants.
There,
so
well, their version of a heretic.
Yeah, that's true.
There's the Arcoflagellants, which of course we know they have their limbs ripped off, replaced with flails. They have a Clockwork Orange device placed on their head, and they are shown never-ending imagery of prayers and saints. And then they are just drooling, walking, lobotomized people until that someone says the secret word. They're like, Disneyland, and then they just go into a crazy fucking like murderous rampage, and then they go Universal Studios, and then they turn off again.
In my head, I imagine that actually being the code word, and it's hilarious.
Disneyland.
Disneyland. Universal Studios. Okay. All right. Sweet. That's weird, but all right. Cool.
Now, there's also the Repentia, of course. Now, the Repentia, also known as most looted of them all, are the girls who have they fled. Generally, they fled the battle. They ran away, and so they are now given a hood, and they are given basically just scripture. And they're a little bit more than that now. Back in the day, it was literally like fucking fan art, fan fiction crap. Now they're significantly worse looking. Now they've got torture devices, like they wrap barbed wire in their mouths. And what's that thing you put on the thigh?
I know what you're talking about. It's so you feel like the constant pain of like Christ or something like that, right? I know what you're talking about. I don't know what it's called though. And you make it real tight. And it's got like spikes on it.
Yeah, here's a picture. Shai has the old versions. I don't like the old versions, but there's the new version up there. The new version is nuts.
Can we just
bless you? I'm having trouble following, but I am getting like bits of information. Because like I was basically mostly following along the Age of Apostasy, but I'm not sure how it led into this, or if it's just completely detached.
take a second.
Dirty jobs. Does it mean anything in this context, or? It's not hard to tell why.
Like, shy.
Oh no, recycle? What does that mean? What? So what is it, like necromancy, or? So like recycling in this context means just like straight cannibalism. Blood rage.
please, like, put these two old and new ones right next to each other, and what the fuck happened? What, like,
we got Grimdark.
Yeah, is like, whoa. The one Shy posted is like a pinup model.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. This is why the new one is so fucking cool. Because look at her, look at all the shit on her. The thigh, like, shanking into the leg. All the little ports around her. The damn, like, gag. It's just awful. And it's so, terrible. Naturally, Repentia are sent because they've sinned. They've fled. And there's also a mistress of repentance with a whip who goes like whoosh, to get them into battle. And also because the concept is that either they die and therefore they serve the emperor, or they live. And if they live, they're actually welcomed back into the sisterhood with huge open arms. Okay. Because they feel like they've fully repented. They have experienced both the downward sin and forgiveness of the emperor. They believe they are fully forgiven by the emperor himself. So it's actually a really big deal for them. Sometimes, and this is a rare case, but sometimes sisters will even self-exile themselves to become Repentia because they deem it so important.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that in the other episode, that they would sometimes exile themselves because it was like a way to get closer to the emperor, because, you know, it's just you go into battle with nothing but a sword and some scripture on you, and it's like, well, if the emperor really loves me, I'm gonna come out of this just
I'll live
fine. Yep.
Saint Celestine was a Repentia.
Oh, really?
Saint Celestine was a Repentia who survived.
Oh. Well,
yeah.
Good for her. Well, the Emperor does love you. Yes, he does.
There was also another thing you could do. It's even worse if you flee as a Repentia. Now that's a big no-no. And you become something called a Mortifier.
Oh.
And a Mortifier is basically a penitent engine for sisters where they drill spikes into your bones to force you to be stuck on the thing. And they fuck with your spine and brain so that you have an excessive feeling of self-loathing and lack of faith. And pain, of course. But they also put a gear dude on your head so you actually can't hear anything. And so the sermons of your fellow sisters are muted to you. And so it's like denying you of repentance, denying you of the ability to redeem yourself.
Damn. If you're a Repentia, though, like, you're already real close to the bottom of the barrel, why the hell would you flee at that point? Like,
no idea.
Just go in hard.
It can even get worse.
No fucking way.
If you betray your sisters, if you betray them somehow, you can be put into an anchorite, which is a mortifier, but inside a giant Iron Maiden coffin.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
so have
worse.
Fun with that.
That's worse. That's, oh god.
So I don't think I even need to talk about Celestine anymore. I mean, we've discussed so much Celestine. Mm-hmm. But another cool thing, the Triumph of St. Catherine model. So St. Catherine's bones are there in the middle, right? Yeah. But the model, being a funeral procession, has 6 separate people, and they all carry a relic of their various order, because it's the 6 main orders.
Sure.
The main lady in the front is the shield bearer. She is of St. Catherine, of the spirit of St. Catherine. The spirit of St. Dominica has a little mini version of her goblet. And then there is the saint of the Bloody Rose, which is the petals, the rose petals. It looks like a little pizza on the left-hand side. They're the censer of the I think it's the censer of the Argent Shroud. They all have their own like trinkets to go along with it. And so this thing has like 9,000 rules for each of these trinkets. Oh, wow. There is Ephrael Stern, who is the heretical saint. She's almost like a psyker. Basically what happened is that Slanesh created a gigantic human pizza ball of 1,000 sisters into a giant contorting mass, and all of them killed themselves and sent their energy to Ephrael Stern to have her defeat the Slaanesh demon. And so now she almost acts like a psyker. She has this really insane power. I don't want to get too far into that. Long story short, they consider her both a saint and a heretic. She's weird. I want to talk about the new chick though. The new main character that just came out, the new model. So this is actually kind of neat. Now let me go ahead and send you a little image here. This is Morven Val.
The High Lord of Terra, right? Is that what that model's called? Nice. She looks sick.
They actually
love it.
Just dropped some new art for her for the new Warzone book. Check this fucking shit out, man. It is so cool. I'm so like,
whoa.
It's so dope.
She looked like a zombie in there. Like, what is it with the sisters and looking like straight up fucking zombies?
Because pain is the makes me closer to the Emperor.
That's true. Holy shit, they're so fucked up. It's amazing that these are the chicks that keep getting looted on, because they are just all kinds of just ravaged and torn, and they look like the Walking Dead.
Now you're starting to understand why I get upset when I see waifu sisters. Because I really like how disgusting they look. I'll get into this later. But Morven Val, basically, there is a position, the highest position in the Sisterhood, called the Abbess Sanctorum, or the Abbess. I don't really know how it's pronounced. And the original one, during the fall of Cadia, was actually lost to the warp because of the Great Rift. Okay. And because of that, they needed a new one. And so the high ecclesiarchs were looking for a suitable person for it. And they decided to find Morven Val, who was I believe, Celestian Superior of the Order of the Argent Shroud, the ones that are really quiet.
Yeah.
And they saw her, and she was incredibly young. Very young, like maybe like 20s.
Oh.
And they looked at her and they thought, excellent. It can be a really good pawn, because they want a little bit more of kind of like a control of the sisters. The ecclesiarchy wanted a lot more of the ability to kind of have their hands in the sisterhood a bit more and kind of have a bit more political power with them. So they're like, okay, Morven Val is a perfect one. She's young, she's naive, we can use her for it. So they went to her, and it was after a battle, and she stood there with like gashes on her body, her armor bloodied and chipped and charred. And they asked her to become the abbess, and she stood there just staring at them, stone dead eyes. And after they finished it, she waited a little bit and said, "I'll think about it." And then she left and went to do 3 days of personal prayer alone, to like personal meditation, to think about what she wants to do. And this entire time, the ecclesiarchs are like, oh my god, oh my fucking, like pacing back and forth, like, Jesus, what is she doing? And she eventually emerged from her area and said, okay, I'll do it. And go ahead.
I was gonna say she probably doesn't talk much, so I mean it's it's pretty amazing to get her to say even that much.
It was.
Think about it that much, so that's a pretty big deal.
So she accepted, and then she was actually, they were like, okay, you're gonna join the abbess and all that kind of stuff. And then Gilliman promoted her to being a High Lord of Terra now, that the Abbess Sanctorum is now a position of the High Lords of Terra. And the ecclesiarchy was like, we're gonna, try to use her for our game. The first thing she did was immediately leave.
Yo, legit.
Of course.
She immediately bailed and went on a crusade.
I love it. I love her even more now.
And so basically her whole deal is that she despises politics. She leads from the front. She will go through all of her battles leading the charge in her giant suit, her Hanundum Paragon war suit. Whenever she goes to a planet to help them, all the planetary leaders are like, Miss Vol, let's talk. You know, like we must discuss our battle plans. And she's like, out of my way, I got a battle to win. Go talk with them. And she has like 50 of these diplomats and dialogi behind her that do all of her political work for her. Because she can't be fucked. Mm-hmm. She cannot be dealt with. She's so sick and tired of politics. It's like, I got a battle to win.
Well, and so, considering she comes from the Argent Shroud that don't talk?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So politics would probably be absolute fucking poisonous garbage to her, because it's like she's all about just like, oh, it's time for action, not words. And politicians are literally the exact opposite, where politicians like, it's time for words, not action. So yeah, I get her absolute fucking disdain for politics.
Deeds, not words. Mm-hmm. In fact, she's so like, okay, I don't know if you noticed, but her giant war suit is obviously a big Mechanicum. It was a gift from the Mechanicum, because that took like 2 centuries to get fixed, because I guess the sisters helped out of Forge World. But her spear is actually a spear from the Adeptus Custodes. Now I need to impress upon you this. This is a big fucking deal. The Custodians do not share ever. They do not give their tech away ever. But her spear is called the Lance of Illumination, and it was a finely crafted artifact of the Custodians, because, as we remember, the sisters and the Custodians are actually kind of tight.
Yep.
What? Like 9. Yeah, it's 858.
They're the ones that led them to the Emperor through the secret passages. Yeah.
Well, not just that, but the sisters naturally they like guardsmen a lot, because they believe in the imperial creed of the Emperor being a god. But the sisters also really don't like Space Marines,
because they're corruptible.
Because chaos, half of them kind of went to chaos, and they're also mutants.
Yep.
But
I remember we talked about that a little bit.
Yeah, we did. And the Custodians are literally crafted by the Emperor, and also basically, what's it called? Like, they've never turned to chaos once.
Yeah.
So they're actually kind of bros, and sisses.
Makes sense.
So it makes sense that they would kind of share a little bit of that. But yeah, Morven Vol is just like, I've been elected. Cool. Let's go on a crusade.
I have to wonder, like, did the Ecclesiarchy really think they were going to be able to use her? Like, of all of the people that you could have picked to try and be, like, a political pawn, you literally pick someone from the Order that hates talking and just wants to get the... Like, did they really not think this through and be like, this probably isn't going to work?
They apparently didn't.
Apparently. It's like the worst person you could pick if that's what you want.
She's a really cool character. Some people don't like the suits. I actually like the suits. I was a little bit iffy on them, but then I got them in real life, and I'm like, they actually look kind of cool. She herself in the well, she got the fancy suit.
That's true.
So something that a lot of people kind of forget: sisters are actually not all warriors. The Adeptus Sororitas, the Sisterhood, has a lot of diplomats. The Order Familias. The Dialogi, which are the Order Dialogi, which are all about understanding languages, both of alien and even heretical languages, and scribes. Ooh. And there's also the Order Hospitaller, which is all about medics. Like sisters, the medical nuns do go into guardsmen areas and ships. Like the classic sister nurse nun are all across the Imperium, not just in Sisterhood. But often sisters are also like relief efforts. They bring like food.
Sense.
Yeah, they're like Peace Corps. They bring food and important things like that. And there's a lot of those non-military based sisters in there. It's just we play as the military ones, so we know the most about them.
Of course, they're the most.
One
badass,
of the,
of course.
One of them is the Zephyrim. The Zephyrim there's the girls with the jetpacks. These are girls with jetpacks with swords, and they are a higher tier to the point where they believe that the Emperor speaks through them. So much so that they don't speak English; they speak in tongues.
Oh, I do remember that.
You do remember
now.
this? Yeah, because all the sisters believe that they actually have the divine word of the Emperor themselves. So they walk around the chambers, and they're just like, and it's like, oh my god,
the Emperor.
Yes,
I just
indeed.
can't understand his words.
His words are truly through you, of course.
And they're just babbling.
They're just babbling bullshit.
How could I forget that? Oh, I love it. I love that. I love that so much. They're not saying anything in particular, but everybody just fucking believes it. Sure, why not? It's an Imperial thing to do.
So DK, I'm gonna take a risk here. I'm gonna take a big fucking risk here, okay?
I haven't watched SpongeBob. No. Still.
That was a good guess. That was not what I was talking about.
Okay.
That's a good guess though. I'm gonna get a little political.
Oh boy.
All right, you could start sweating. It's okay.
Let me grab a shovel and we'll start digging.
I'm gonna get a little political. Shy doesn't want me to keep this. Shy doesn't want to keep this in. I'm positive, but I'm gonna get a little political.
All right. I'm ready. Let's do it.
Have you ever heard of the whole people about like female space marines and stuff? You ever heard the talk about that?
I don't think so. If I have, I've forgotten it.
So for a long time, people are like, "Yo, we're female space marines." There are none of them, and there's two. People think like, okay, no female space marines because of women icky, sexism, that kind of stuff, right?
Okay.
Now there's a couple things about that because people talk about like they want female space marines, and naturally, the way it was is that way back in the day, late 80s, early 90s, there was like a statement from one of the old GW guys, and he was like, "Hey, we had female space marines back then. No one fucking bought them. Like so we just had normal space marines, and then they built the lore around that, which is why the Emperor has 20 sons, and the gene seed is of a guy, so it's all male space marines.
Sure.
Makes sense. And military forces tend to have a majority male, all that kind of stuff.
Fair. Okay.
So for a long, long time, people are like, hey, now we're in 2021. It's a different time. Things are different. Things are more acceptable. People want female space marines in the game.
Okay.
Because it's more diverse. It's more inclusive, etc.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
I am against it.
Okay.
And the reason for that is because so fucking often, and this is in Hollywood especially, everyone only feels like if you want to do like representation, you want to do diversity, you want to do all that stuff, you have to copy what's already there. Old property of this. We have to remake Ghostbusters, and it has to be all ladies, right?
Right.
And I'm like, does it not feel like degrading that the only way that you can have something that is so cool and worthwhile is to copy something else? Like, GW has done the impossible. They have made an entire only female faction of this game that is not over-sexualized, that is not boring, that is completely different from every other goddamn race on here, and is the most evil Imperium faction in the game. GW has fucking done it. instead of constantly copying everything, instead of constantly being like, we need, if we're gonna add like diversity representation or whatever, we always got to make a female version of this, a variant of this, and instead they made a brand spanking, like, unique, different, exciting, fucking brutal, and it doesn't feel preachy. Like, if you look at Morven Vol, that there's a lot of similarities to the whole like women in the workplace thing. She was gonna be hired into a position and then used. Like, this, you could really take it that way, but you didn't think that when I was telling you the story, did you?
No, actually, I did not. I was like, the politicians are fucking idiots, and there's no way she's gonna do what they want her to do because she's too hardcore, and she's
you could take that idea from it. Like, Doge Van Dyer is the repelling against the oppressors story. Like, it makes sense, and that's why I like the sisters so much, because they combine so many different things that I love. Like, I'm not a religious person, but it's like at all, and so it's interesting at the same time to have characters that are so unwavering in their spiritual fortitude, so unwavering in their mental idea, and then combine that with the guardsman idea where they're all just regular women in power armor. They're not a stereotype. They are nasty. They look gross. And it's the reason why I don't like waifu fucking drawings of the sisters, because it's not like, okay, if people want to draw that stuff, like, I obviously can't tell you what to draw. Like, you know, art is art. Sure. I literally spent, which is ironic because literally last episode I was like, let's Hara Sarin abs, let's go. But that was more of me. That was more of me memeing. Like, I legitimately really like the fact that the sisters are scarred. They look like warriors. They're not pretty girls strutting around in purity seal repentia like they used to be. They are frightening. And honestly, as far as I'm concerned, why make them the same when you could make them better? And I'm sorry, but I think sisters are cooler than Space Marines ever will be. I fucking love them. They are so unique and different, and I wish they had more lore, because they definitely don't have as much as Space Marines do. But so there's Bricky getting a little political. A little bit. I know that the Warhammer fan base can be a little bit iffy on that kind of stuff, but
I don't think that's a hot take, honestly. Like, I don't think that's a hot take. Like,
I don't think it's too hot. I'm sure I'm gonna get some very mean comments and all that stuff at some point, because the Warhammer fan base is a little bit that way at times. But as far as I'm concerned, I like when more people play this game. I like when people have the representation. Actually, one of the reasons why I think White Scars are cool, because they have like the Mongolian vibe and all that. And this to me is just really fucking cool, and it's the most important thing that you can do, and they didn't suck their dick about it.
So
it's good. I like it a lot. They're not a stereotype. They're extremely scary. They're cool. I love their faith concepts. They're unique. That's why they're my favorite army. Fucking love them.
There we go. Bricky's favorite army, favorite faction. What's your favorite order, though?
The Ebon Chalice.
Oh, that's right. You mentioned
I like Dominica.
That's right.
Dominica's cool.
Of course. Should have known that.
You should have.
Dumb.
Besides that, I do enjoy the Sacred Rose a little bit. I like the Miracle Dice shenanigans. The Order of the Mara Lady is pretty fun, but it's very silly too.
Yeah.
Just dying everywhere.
Yep. Sisters are cool. They're hardcore.
They're very cool. I am pleased. I am very pleased with how they've been done lately. The last, because back in the day, you know, GW didn't write female characters too great. And the codex that came out recently with the model revamp is when I was like, whoa, these ladies are not to be fucked with. And they got a bunch of better lore. They got their new characters, and I think it's a well-timed thing where I don't think it's a coincidence that GW is getting really much like harder into the sisters now, but they're doing it in the right way, which is just making it well done. And so I am very pleased.
What a surprise. GW doing things the right way.
The sisters are like They've done almost nothing bad with them. The new models look almost entirely great. The rules are good. The books are good. It's so funny to me that they pulled this off with all of their problems in the past. They pulled this off like perfectly, which is just so strange to me.
It's the most non-GW thing ever.
I know.
So good for them and good for the sisters and good for sister lovers.
I agree.
That came out wrong. That's not
good for the sister lovers.
That's not. I mean, people that
DK.
No. I meant. Please end this episode.
Thank you so much for listening and watching this episode. That's ridiculous.
I was expecting more comedy. Not gonna lie. It's like two dudes just kind of shooting the breeze about what they think of the lore. Although I will admit, I don't understand why everyone wants to lewd the fucking sisters. Because if the entire point was meant to be, hey, they're not really meant to be sexually appealing, and then everyone on the internet just fucking starts posting thirst traps about them, and be like, you guys are just so depressingly horny that you're going to lewd what is essentially a woman whose body is literally falling apart.
You have sullied your hands with filthy parchments of heresy, guardsman. How do you plead?
What? No.
Too late, heretic.
You inspire your men to study such foul smut, Commissar? You heretic!
You detestable mutants fill your heads with such vile obscenity! Die, heretic! Maybe just one read.
Sister, I need your book to... Oh, hold on. You're a heretic!
You know what? They're just running around shooting each other down there. Better just lay the exterminatus upon these heretics.
All right, fire!
Welcome, everyone, to the Adeptus Ridiculous podcast. I'm one of your hosts, DK Diamantes. I'm being joined by Bricky, and I don't want to waste too much time on the intro because I have been
profanity excluded by the grace of the Emperor
like crazy today, so we're pretty much going to get right into it after I give a shout out to the patrons over at patreon.com/AdeptusRidiculous. You guys have been immensely generous. If you enjoyed today's episode of the podcast, you can go over there, support us. There are tons of bonus features. You get Discord access. The Discord is always bumping. There's always people chatting about their favorite Space Marines, about their favorite Chaos factions, about what they're doing in the tabletop, and just it's a great time. You get access to blooper reels, which I'm sure there'll be a few from this episode, and
yes.
you also get access to HD posters from time to time, which are super dope. So definitely, if you enjoyed today's podcast, go there, check it out, give us a hand. We'd appreciate it. This podcast is possible because of viewers like you. Anyway, so today's episode, we are gonna be talking about the Custodes, Bricky, right?
I think it's Custodes.
Custodes?
Custodes?
Okay, I've always said Custodes when I saw it, because it's like, it's spelled kind of funny, right?
It is funny. It's Custodes, which I can understand why it would sound like Custodes. But I think with the weird way that GW does their naming sequences, it sounds more like because they have like the Adeptus, it's like Astartes, right, which are Space Marines, and that's Astartes, I think. Astartes. Yeah, Astartes, TES, and this is Custodes. Nuts.
Oh yeah. Yeah, okay. All I know about the custodes, whatever the fuck
Nuts.
you want to call them. The custodes nuts.
Did you not hear me the first time I said that?
I didn't hear it. It didn't come through on my end. I didn't hear it. Otherwise, I would have laughed and been like, that should be the t-shirt episode, the t-shirt idea for this episode.
Custodes nuts.
Custodes nuts. Yeah, dude.
God damn it, we're such children.
Yes, dude, we came up with Doge Van Dyer.
That's classy. Thank you very much. How dare you? You know, actually, speaking of classy, I wanted to, when you were mentioning at the Patreon, I was thinking to myself, man, all of those are like Discord Nitro people are so stoked when they come into our server because what's the most recent emote we just added? Morka S.
That's right, we did add Morka S.
We got Morka S, we've got Tyranid Pog and Admech Pog, we've got Smad Tau, Waving Commissar, and of course, you know, Smug Sister of Battle, which is just king shit right there.
Yeah,
I was
in
thinking
addition
about
to
that.
all of the great stuff, we have some top tier emotes, dude.
It's been popping up in my server a little bit. The Smug Sister. It's quite useful. It's very pliable. I like it.
I was curious.
I think we gotta get a Custodes one now.
Yeah. Custodes nuts. I was wondering, since we got Gorka S, when are we gonna get like Morka S? Because you could do
it should be the exact same emote, just like horizontally flipped and in a different color.
Yeah, and like orange.
Yeah, perfect. Gorka S and Morka S.
Yeah, you could do the whole Pepe emote line just with Mork and Gork.
That's pretty good. We could have like Mork be Pepe and Gork be Peepo.
Ship it.
Oh no.
You heard it, Shy. Find an artist, ship it, make it happen. Anyway, before we diverge too far, all I know about the Custodes nuts is that they're a lot of gold. They were like really gold armor, right?
Pretty much. I mean, I think we've discussed the Custodians multiple times in the past, but we've never like done a full in delved episode on them. Right. I'm actually really excited for this one in particular because I actually own a full Custodes army. It's one of my few armies that I have. I say few armies. It's one of my armies. They're barely classified as an army. Like a full Custodian army is like 20 something models because these guys are such absolute chads. But I'm actually quite a fan of the Custodes. They're I say everything is my favorite. But they're up there on factions I like. I'm not gonna say favorite, but I like them. I like them quite a bit.
There's a lot of cool shit in Warhammer. Like you can have multiple favorites.
And Custodians, especially now, are actually, it's a really good time to talk about them. Like right now, great time because they're being put in the forefront of 40K again. For a while, they were just kind of like that thing in the background, but now they're actually getting quite a lot of new content, and more primarily, they're very, how you say, like, they have a lot to do now because they haven't retroactive, they haven't retconned anything. GW like they love to do, but with that, oh my god, Shy's already made Gorka S.
Gorka S exists as we're recording this. Gorka S now exists, and it is literally the inverse in orange. Oh, it's great.
Okay, I don't want to stray too far because I'm sure if you're watching this on YouTube, she'll put it in like the little box. But damn it. Anyway, so anyway, the Custodians. If we go way back in the day, right? Remember way back in the right after the world turned into a Mad Max hellhole, the Emperor was like making his early Astartes and stuff. Well, at the time, he made the Custodes, which were at the time were known as the Legio Custodes. Right now they're Adeptus Custodes, but like Astartes are chapters, right? Like the Space Marines are chapters. Back in the day, they were legions. So it's kind of like Legio Custodes, Legion Custodes, Adeptus Custodes.
Oh, okay.
I know someone probably has like actually me where it's like they were called the legions back then, Bricky. It's like me referring to the fucking JoJo parts as seasons. Like, tough, dude. I don't give a shit. Season,
dude.
I don't care. Absolute anime homunculus. You know, there's actually a unit in 40K called the homunculi, the homunculus.
Oh, I bet that's an absolute nightmare.
It's a Drukhari, so yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, we'll talk about that later. But anyway, the good old Gorka S. But anyway, the custodians were like, it's one of those things where like, how did they come about is very, very hush hush and no one really knows. Basically, Emperor was making all of his like Thunder Warriors and stuff before he made those Thunder Warriors. He was very much doing like, hey, I'm gonna make a super Thunder Warriors and make my super guys. So the actual custodians he had as his naturally personal bodyguard, hence the term custodian, right?
Yeah.
And these guys, oh yeah, like these guys are extremely difficult to make. I remember hearing a bit because not all of the custodians' lore is fleshed out because for a while they were just kind of in the background and they're getting a lot new lore right now, which is why I like talking about them. But I always thought they were like genetically like created like in a tube. They were like test tube babies and shit, like they were like grown in a vat or something. I don't think that's entirely the case because the wiki gave me contradictory ideas where instead they were created similarly to Space Marines where they take a regular person and they just like form them, you know, but just in a significantly more difficult way to do it. Like really, really hard to create them with the sheer amount of fuckery you gotta do to both their brain and their body.
So you said a custodian is like a super Thunder Warrior?
Well, not quite. Like back in the day, I was referring to that in the sense like he was making his Thunder Warriors, but he was making like his other secret group, which is just way better than them.
Okay. Because in my head, I was like, if he felt the need to kill all the Thunder Warriors because oh boy, they could become a problem, I was like, ooh. If you made a super version of that, isn't that like a bigger problem?
That would be the case, but no, they were like his contingency plan. They were like his really fancy ones. It's like if you plan on running a coup, you tend to have the people you really trust close by and you don't kill them.
Yeah.
So
fair enough.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier. But basically, the custodians, like, you know that height chart everyone memes about where it's like, here's a normal human, here's the Space Marine, here's a Primaris Space Marine. The custodians are like one below the Primarch. They're like the super. It's GW is annoying sometimes, but they're like, okay, we've made Space Marines, but then we've made the Primaris Super Space Marines, and then we made Grey Knights, which were super Psyker Space Marines, and custodians are super Space Marines. That's basically what they are. Custodians are like just under Primarch size. They're actually fucking enormous.
Yeah, I mean, if they're even remotely on the same scale as a Primarch, that's a big boy.
Yeah, well, not quite. They're still like a foot
they're
or
a little
so
smaller,
shorter than him,
but that's still that's a large individual.
It is huge, and in fact, due to the fact that they were so hard to make, their numbers never exceeded 10,000, which in the Warhammer world is actually absolutely jack nothing. For once.
Minuscule in Warhammer.
For once, GW had an ounce of subtlety, and they were like, custodians will never ever exceed 10,000, just simply due to the sheer like difficulty in creating them. Now, these like custodians, they are about as honed as a weapon as you possibly can. Like their mental prowess is ridiculous. Like they're not just physically strong, right? Where they can react in nanoseconds. Like these guys are nigh immortal. Like custodians are basically immortal. They are immortal to an extent. Like they will not die from a natural causes, or at least it'll take like hundreds of thousands of years. I don't think there's been a record of a single custodian that has ever died from old age. Ever.
Okay.
They're basically immortal.
In Warhammer, who dies from old age?
So, like,
has anybody actually like
to death?
Died
they have to be killed or some shit.
because it seems like in Warhammer...
as in not in combat?
Yeah.
Oh, well, probably
like
not, because it's boring.
in Warhammer die in, like, a bloody battle where trillions of people died, a planet got virus bombed, and then Demon Prince came in and ate your fucking head or something.
Normally, yeah, because that's exciting. Like, I can't imagine having, like, a major character just, like, keel over one day from a heart attack. It just seems... unless it has a really good, like, irony to it, you know? But overall, yeah, it's very much, it's more fun when they go out in a blaze of glory. I mean,
sure.
You know the tagline of 40K, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. So it works out that way.
Yeah, sure.
But the custodians, being immortal, like, they are mentally obedient to the core. Like, they will stand at the Imperial Palace with the Emperor, completely stationary, completely still for decades. They will not move, and they will simply stand their watch there for actual decades, watching over an area, and the slightest fly that flies past them, without a moment's hesitation, they could strike it down with, like, immediate efficiency. They're like stalwart guardians. And it's weird because it's not just their reflexes, but, like, their mind is a dictionary. It's an encyclopedia with knowledge of all kinds of warfare and every possible way to kill something and how to counter it. They know everything you would know about how to fight the Eldar, about how to fight the orcs or the Tyranids. They know it all, and they can... It's like having... What's the Mortal Kombat movie? It's like, Sonya, I studied all your moves. It's like that shit.
Kano?
Yeah, it's Kano. It's like... The old Mortal Kombat movie, me and my friends used to repeat that all the time. We were like, I studied all your moves.
But Kano was a bitch.
Yeah, but he did study all her moves.
He did. He studied all her moves. It didn't help him. But man, could he eat a turkey leg, right?
Yes, he could. I like how unapologetically Australian Kano is. He's one of my favorite characters. He reminds me of the new character in Apex. Fizzy. But what was kind of cool about the custodians, even more so, is that they're extremely... It's hard to explain. You know how a lot of Space Marines and stuff, they're very, like, cold, calculated people. They don't feel like emotion as much. They keep things very steady to the core of figuring out, like, their mission. Custodians are intelligent. They're like philosophers. They're political advisors for the Emperor. They're his generals. Like, the Emperor will go to they're his confidants. The Emperor will physically, back in the day,
can't do it so much anymore.
They will actually go to his custodians, and he'll be like, I need help. I need some assistance. Like, this idea, what do you think of this idea? Is this a good battle plan? What are we thinking about this idea? Like, they'll discuss the ideas of philosophy and advise him on how to deal with sensitive situations. They're like, custodians are artists. Some of them are poets. They're like...
That strikes me as so weird, thinking of a custodian. This giant custodian clad in all this crazy gold armor writing poetry. Like, that just seems so wild to me. Like, out of all the craziness in Warhammer, these dudes writing poetry seems like just the wonkiest shit.
Well, it's because, like, they're intellectuals without the fedora. They're legitimate intellectuals.
Okay.
They're very, very intelligent. They're artists. They don't necessarily have hobbies, so to speak, but, you know, like, they can, and that's kind of the point. It's not like, all right, good boys, watch ended, time to go paint a painting. Like, it's more the idea that they're able to that kind of stuff, and it wasn't... Each custodian is an individual. That's the cool part, is that in the faceless group of the Ultramarines, of blue, and they all have the same armor and everything, every custodian is an individual person. Their names are all different, which obviously sounds weird, but, like, a custodian's name gets longer for every battle they've fought and won. So really powerful custodians have names that are like a full novel long, and they remember the whole thing.
Ooh,
but of course they'll shorten it.
Long names, yeah.
But they'll shorten it. Like, a major custodian right now is the Captain General, which is like the main the main guy, and his name is Trajan Valoris, and he probably has way more than that, but they cut it down a little.
Hey, every time you address him, you can't spend an hour just saying, "Hello, Captain Treza."
Yeah, it takes forever.
Yeah,
there's a great comic. There's a great comic of a custodian, and it's like, all right, please write your full name here, and he just starts sweating. But the custodians, they've stood watch on Terra at the Golden Palace for forever. They have like a solemn watch in which they are unflinching, unmoving, stalwart bodyguards, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't have any real warships. They have very few warships because their primary goal is the protection of the Emperor. But they can edict any vessel they need. If they can commandeer whatever the hell they want because they're fucking custodians.
Yeah.
However, a lot of them now they carry like pretty great shame due to the Horus heresy.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of like ingrained in their bodies. Like you had one job, make sure Big Emps didn't die, right? And you fucked it. So they carry this like huge shame in their chest right there. Now because of this pre-heresy, like seeing a custodian was equivalent to maybe seeing the president at the inauguration or something. Like, it's pretty goddamn rare, and if you did see it, you'd be like, oh my god, so wow, I can't believe it, right? Or shaking hands with the president or whatever. Post heresy, it's like nigh unthinkable. A normal citizen of the Imperium, like it's nigh unthinkable to ever see one of these like it's called a brotherhood of demigods. Like they literally, the idea of seeing one of these people will like make your life. It's a huge deal to actually even visualize a custodian. However,
I guess because the custodians probably aren't going out and about much if they're supposed to be with the Emperor and he's not going anywhere.
Well, speaking of that, so that's what it was like. However, as of recently, if you remember, this planet named Cadia got absolutely bodied, and right after that happened, they resurrected with Belisarius' call. They resurrected Guilliman, and so Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, is back alive now, right? I think we discussed that once or twice.
Hooray! I guess Ultramarines.
He's okay. Gilliman's all right. If you have to appreciate anything about the Ultramarines, you can appreciate Guilliman. Okay. He's actually kind of Chad. But everyone has their favorite Primarch. Most of the time, it isn't Guilliman, but Guilliman is like 5th edition D&D, man. Like, everyone has their favorite edition, but if everyone's like, well, what about 5th edition? It's like, oh yeah, 5th edition is great. Not my favorite, but I play 5e. 5e is wonderful.
It's fine. It's all right.
So after that happened, when the Fall of Cadia died, that big like zipper, the Eye of Terror, that the zipper into the fucking warp space, that just like cracked and zapped and just absolutely like opened a huge rift across the world, and then everything went to shit, right? Because this is actually a rather recent in the Warhammer timeline, but the Imperium was on the back foot, like they were hanging by a thread because all this warp space just snap, crackle, popped into everything. Chaos is everywhere, and because of that, the actual Terra itself was under huge warp storms and warp fire, and all of this fuckery was happening on Terra itself. And so the custodians were tasked with putting down like doomsday cults and gigantic riots, and people just driven mad. Custodian wardens, which are these fancy custodians that protect like terrifying secrets in the vaults of Terra, they were spending their whole time stopping the horrifying monstrosities inside of it from getting out. And then a gigantic Khorne demon like barrage eventually arrived. They tore into real space with like 8 bloodthirsters, which are like the big fucking dudes with the big axes, just like all went onto Terra and started murdering the shit out of people. And so Guilliman, Trajan Valoris, Sisters of Silence, the Custodians, and the Ultramarines, they all got together and they put down the rebellion. They put down the rebellions, they put down the demons after a long fought battle. But a lot of Custodians, like alive during the heresy, died during this fight. And at that point, the Custodians were like, war from within right here is not enough. We need to start taking preventative actions. Like it's now time for us to go out and deal with problems that might have an issue with Terra. Because what if the Custodians went out to help stop the Black Crusade of Abaddon and destroy destroy Cadia, could these other custodians still be alive? Like, that's too close, man. 8 bloodthirsters on Terra, that's too close.
Yeah.
So working with Guilliman and the Ultramarines, they were now renamed to the Adeptus Custodes, as they are now an active fighting force going on in the world. Sure. And that's kind of where we're at right now. And now the Custodians are going out and dealing with problems both within and the forces without. Okay. And so they can, like, they're out fighting off orcs, chaos, all kinds of different threats. Anything that could possibly threaten the safety of the Emperor and the Imperium.
Mm-hmm. How, but like before all of that crazy chaos nonsense, how normal was it, like, for like a custodian to like actually die? Like,
it was rare as hell. It was super fucking rare. Like, they fought a gigantic orc Wa one time with this like dark, like, it's like black skinned orc, or he had like really like gray skin or something. I don't know. It wasn't green. That was the point. And they sent like 1,000 custodians, which is the most you've ever seen custodians at one time, was against this orc Wa. 1,000.
Yeah, when you only have 10,000, it never exceeds. That's a good chunk of your custodians.
Yeah, and they killed like I think 200,000 orcs. And then the orcs retreated and they lost 3.
Wow. That's, you fought a Y and you only lost 3?
Well, it wasn't just them. There were many other like Marines and stuff there. Sure. They came to reinforce. And
okay, gotcha.
But yeah, I mean, like, Custodians are one of the few factions in Warhammer where them being able to kill a laughable amount of things is kind of acceptable, because there's a lot of things that the Custodians do. The blood games. I mentioned that a bit ago. The Custodians have this thing called the blood games, where half of the fighting force attempts to make their way to the Golden Throne and kill the Emperor. Not actually kill him, but
like it's a training exercise.
Yeah, exactly. It's a training exercise. And so there's the defenders and the attackers, and that helps them find ways to create secret passageways and shore up their defenses and all that kind of stuff. But right. Also,
I vaguely remember you mentioning that in one of the Horus Heresy episodes, or maybe it was the Sisters episode. But I vaguely remember that being brought up.
Those. Yeah, I think it was the Sisters episode, because they led them through like secret passageways.
Right. And then the Emperor was like, or what's her face was told the truth, or she figured out the truth because she got an audience with the Emperor or something.
Yeah, Mrs. Alicia Dominica.
Dominica.
One of my favorite characters.
Brookie's Warhammer waifu. Got it.
Yes, sir. Well, she's dead now, but yes, sir. Saint Dominica, actually, now.
Pardon me.
Patron saint of the Ebon Chalice. I'm a nerd. I know it.
It's okay. That's why we're here.
I know. It's to create more nerds.
Exactly.
But the blood games in particular, that's like one of their main training exercises. But there's actually a stratagem, which is like an ability you can use in the tabletop, called Victor of the Blood Games. And it's the idea that somebody, I think Trajan Valoris, the big boy guy, he's the only person to ever successfully win 2 blood games. Only 2.
It's still a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it's a very big deal, and it shows how just laughably strong he is and the Custodians are, because they can do things like this. They have these blood games to constantly train themselves, and like if a Custodian, they're constantly training, they're constantly making sure that their reflexes are like honed down. If a Custodian has his reflexes diminished by like 1/100th of a second, he's retired. Like,
wow, really?
That's it. He is retired. He every weapon, every piece of armor, everything the Custodians have and wear are sculpted and molded for their own personal use, for their hands. But when their reflexes, when their inability to think and move at a speed that is like godly, demigodly, if anything, because they are called the Brotherhood of Demigods.
Demigods, yeah.
Once it goes down, they're retired. They hand in their armor, they hand in their weapon, and instead they become the eyes of the Emperor. They don a large black cloak, and they leave on their own personal ship to go find and collect secrets of incoming issues for the Imperium. So there's like they become like KGB spies.
Wow. So
they
if
go
there
from
is
being frontline
any dip
badasses to
whatsoever
emissary of
in
shadows,
custodian
basically.
performance, you're retired, become a super spy.
There is no leeway acceptable when it comes to saving the Emperor.
Well, I mean, I guess when it comes to the Emperor, he is the most important, and you
He is,
gotta have
unless they have
most fittest fighting force.
Yeah, he needs the most gains. Unless they have,
Mm.
of course, some kind of other use, maybe like as like a general or something. They might stick around in that sense. But I mean, that's the thing, is that the custodians being there for so long, for a while, have been known to like kind of not have any emotion, be kind of like soulless automatons, because
Yeah.
they don't start that way, but they've been standing still for 5,000 years.
Yeah, I was gonna say when you've been known to stand guard and not move and be just stalwart for decades at a time. I mean, how do you really become emotional? How do you not lose all emotional ties to everything except the job? Like,
Yeah,
I get
it's
that.
weird. The humanity's finest act the least human. It's a good little bit of irony there. I like it a lot.
They're just guard dogs.
Pretty much. Well, that's the space wolves. Sorry, those are the hounds. But the the custodians, though, with that like power and stuff, I do think they definitely start losing a little bit of their humanity as time goes on. Not because of like their genetics or anything. It doesn't like turn them into robots, but more so the idea that they just slowly kind of don't do anything and they become numb.
Yeah.
They're still proficient fighting forces, but
they have
to. I mean, they're pretty cool, man. I mean, like some of their armor and their weapons, like they're clad in gold. They got like bright red robes and shit like that. They're really awesome. They obviously have a lot of like Roman. Is it Roman or Greek? Shit.
Oh boy, I don't know if I even want to comment, because I remember one time I was like, oh yeah, it's Roman, and it was Greek, and everybody was like, oh my god, how do you not know your history? It's like, I'm a dork, man. I haven't taken history in like more than 10 years. That was back in high school.
Hey, I'm getting a bunch of preteens telling me why I don't know Greek mythology after they just learned about it in 7th grade. Like, man, when you don't use it, you lose it. All I know is Hades.
Yeah, right? So I ain't even gonna comment. Roman centurions is what I'll say. Yeah.
Well, I think if I'm not mistaken, Ultramarines have the Roman heraldry.
Okay.
I'm not quite 100% sure. Oh wait, no, I'm stupid. They are Roman. Yeah, the custodians are Roman. They're like the legionaries. Because they have like the plume, and the ones that have like the giant like tower shield and the gladius. Yeah, of course, duh, because they have like dreadnoughts named like the Gladius tanks and Gladius dreadnoughts, and they also have.
I was not privy to that information, so I'm
true.
Scot-free comment section.
That's true. You got away from this. I'm the stupid man here. I get to be made fun of. Again.
Again. You get to be actually again.
Some of their weapons though are kind of cool. Like their main weapon is something called the Guardian Spear. It's this like power spear. It's this long spear with this giant like crackling electricity blade that has a bolter attached to it. Like did you play Metal Gear Rising?
Yes.
Sam's like gun blade.
Oh yeah.
So their spear at the end, like the way back end of the spear is a trigger, and on the way front of the spear is basically a bolter, and a blade attached to it. So it's a combination of like firing a bolter with a big stabby part at the end. And they also have a similar variation of that with axes called the Castellan axes that hit a lot harder, but they're like a little slower.
Man.
Things like that. They're actually like, I think Shai may have posted a picture in the Discord.
She did. They look. Those are those are dirty looking. God.
I know. They're pretty crazy because they can do that thing where they'll do a swipe and kill someone, but like on their way down the swipe, they'll fire their bolter at an enemy behind the person they killed. And like custodians have been known to 1v3, 1v4 Chaos Space Marines. And which is like 1v3 in Chaos Space Marines is a fucking feat. Even for a custodian, that's a feat. But it's possible. They truly are that strong, which is why on the tabletop, like one Space Marine, an intercessor, for instance, is like 20 points. A custodian is like 50.
Wow.
Like they are.
I guess that makes sense. Sure, it should be.
They should be that expensive.
Yeah. Are they particularly hard to kill on the tabletop?
My fucking god. They are laughably hard to kill. Okay, so custodians as an entire army, they hit on 2s, which is the best possible ballistic and weapon skill you can in the entire game. The only time they'll miss is if they roll 1s, whereas Marines are on 3s and Guardsmen on 4s. And it's the entire army that does that. They have the best armor save in the whole game, which is 2s. They all have like a force field, which is a 4 in case you get to the 2. So even if you fire like a missile at them, they can still shrug it off. They're tougher and stronger than Marines. A Guardsman has 1 health, Marines have 2, Custodians have 3. Their Terminators have 4. They're okay. They are like, I wish I could truly explain how fucking impossible it is to kill these sons of bitches. Their goal in tabletop. Okay, so because they have so few models, there's this thing in the tabletop called objective secure. Long story short, let's say like you've got some Chaos Marines on an objective and I've got some Guardsmen on an objective. Mm-hmm. We have to figure out who has the objective, right? Sure. Basically, if you are using troops, like regular old rank and file troops, then the person who has that gets it instead of the other person, because it's like their base unit. Okay. It's to incentivize you to take more troops so you don't like run like an all tank list or something. Mm-hmm. Custodians have that ability army wide, so they can contest everything. And so when you're that tanky, you can't be shot off the fucking objective because you're just so tough.
Jeez.
It is insane. Like I wish I could truly explain how impossible it is to kill Custodians. They are probably the tankiest army in the entire game besides like Imperial Knights, but even then, Knights, you just like fire all your guns at one target and it'll eventually die. There's multiple targets. They're really hard to kill.
I'm also assuming Knights cost a shitload of points.
Yeah, one Knight is like 500 points, where a squad of like 10 Custodians is the same, and therefore harder to kill, because if you fire it at night with like 6 damaged weapons, it doesn't overkill to other Custodians. It would just annihilate one of them, and then that would be the end.
Whew. So do many people run Custodians then, or is it not a very popular thing?
Oh, they're pretty popular right now, actually. Okay. They're cheap. Because you only need so many models, like 20-something models, they're actually one of the cheapest armies in the game.
And they're super tanky and strong.
They're like an A-tier faction right now. They got a good buff because they were kind of bad for a bit, but they are a lot better now because the game is a lot more about objective holding. But they're really tanky. They're really good at what they do. Their damage in shooting isn't that great, but their melee damage is pretty phenomenal. The idea of the Custodian army is the on tabletop style is the single strike. Like a Custodian is all about that single swing, right? That one decapitating strike. And that's kind of how it is on the table. Like turn 1, you're moving very slow. You're not going to get very far. You got to weather in a whole lot of damage. But by turn 2 or turn 3, the entire game will flip on its head. Your opponent will have a bunch of stuff, but you finally arrived. Your Terminators have come out of the sky. Your bikes have finally reached the back line. And at that point, a whole bunch of their army will die. You'll take over their objectives, and they can't kill you.
Yeah, there's no shooting you off the objective once you're on there.
Yeah, that's what makes it damn difficult to take these bastards out.
How many points do you usually get for an army? I know it differs, there are different army sizes, right? I know there's 2,000 point armies, there's 1,000 point armies. I know it kind of varies, but what's the
2,000 points is like the tournament official number. Like if you want to play like a normal regular game of 40K, 2,000 points is the number. Naturally, I never start with that. Those of you listening who haven't gotten into it yet, don't do that. You start with 500, and then you can turn it into 1,000, and then you go to 2,000.
Gotcha.
Unfortunately, 500 points of Custodians is like literally 7 models. Like it's not even a joke. It's actually 7 models.
But still, that I was just like, man, an Imperial Knight being like 500 points. That's so much of your points.
Oh yeah, if you want to play Knights in a competitive environment, you run like 4. Or you run 3 and a couple like mini Knights, which are like 150 each.
It's so many points. So I was like, man, I'd so much rather have just a bucket load of Custodians than just like thump one.
They're a fun army, dude. They're a little hard to play sometimes in the sense of like weathering the damage can be rather difficult. You gotta be really good at like hiding them or like maneuvering them. But you just let the tankiness do your work, man. You just like watch as everything that they do just bounces off of you. There's a particular character called the Unkillable Bike Captain, which is just insane. So they have these awesome bikes. Like they have these really cool like eagle jet bikes, and he's got this giant lance like a joust. And what you can do with this dude is he has 7 wounds, which is 7 health, and you can make it 9. He's like toughness 6, which is really high. He still has this 2-up armor save, but then he has you can give him a relic that makes it so that he has a 3+ force field invul save instead of a 4. So his invulnerable will never go worse than a 3. But then you can give him that stratagem, Victor of the Blood Games, which lets him re-roll a single fail every single turn. So if you finally make him roll a 1, he can just re-roll it. And then, even if you still get damage him, you can give him this thing that gives him every time he takes a damage on a 5-up, it's ignored. He is so stupid, and because he has that objective thing, he can fly in the back line, like duke it out with your fucking knight, and then he has the objective during that period of time because he just doesn't care because he's fucking custodians.
So that's why they call him the Unkillable.
Unkillable Jeff. Fuck the goddamn Trajan Valoris is actually a runnable character as well. He's the only named character in the thing, and he is a monster.
As he should be from what we've heard about him today.
Absolutely. The Custodians are a very fun army to play. Actually, I do want to talk a little bit about some of their shield hosts though before we've been talking a lot about tabletop stuff because they are a very popular army, and I think they're getting more popular thanks to their price, and because they're surprisingly not that hard to paint. You know, they look like they have a shitload of detail, and they do, but they're bigger models, and they're just gold. So you spray paint them gold.
Yeah, from the picture I saw that Shai posted, I was just like, you could probably get away with just getting like a metallic gold that you really liked, just paint the whole damn thing, do the old Nuln Oil trick, and just bathe the thing in oil, and congratulations, you've got a pretty decent looking custodian.
The deed is done.
The deed is done. Little red for the plume, and you're done.
Yeah, get the capes going, and if they have capes, and then bam.
Yeah.
So actually, there's this cool thing. So similarly to how every faction has like a faction within a faction, like Cadian Guardsmen, Catachan Guardsmen, things like that. The Custodians have the same thing. They have a thing called shield hosts and shield companies, because a lot of their stuff is about like shields. Like they're called Custodian Guard, and like their main guys are called like shield captains and stuff like that.
Sure.
But some of these guys, they're actually like sub factions, and they're pretty cool when you learn about them. Like this one right here is called the Shadow Keepers. They're the wardens of the dark cells. What they do is that I think it was Thor Ragnarok where they had like underneath Odin's area, he had a whole bunch of like horrifying things like locked away.
Yeah, in his little vault, sure.
Yeah, so this is the same thing. The Emperor has a whole bunch of like galaxy destroying fucking shit in his vaults beneath beneath his golden throne. And this whole shield host, which is clad in like a black armor with gold highlights, they spend the entire time sitting down there in a pitch dark room where no sound or light can escape, with these horrifying like creatures or artifacts or doomsday weapons or like chaos spawn, and they sit there for decades in pitch darkness waiting for problems, and their whole job is to like keep these things far away from anyone to ever know it. And in fact, sometimes chaos will be funny and they'll like take one. And when they do, then they'll like, oh fuck, and they'll go out on their ships to go find it and bring it back. And so that's like the purpose of like the Shadow Keepers. There's the Aquilin Shield, which is my personal favorite. I pay my custodians like this. They have purple capes. And I actually was gonna write a story. I wanted to write like a little short story or like a novel or like a screenplay or something about this. These guys are basically, they bear the responsibility to safeguard those that have usefulness to Terra. So what they'll happen is they're bodyguards, and they'll go out and they'll go find very specific people, a High Lord, a leader of like the Sisters, an Inquisitor, a general in the Imperial Guard, a specific Space Marine. Sometimes people that make no sense, a random civilian in like a random hive world, or a one single guardsman, and then just out of nowhere in a giant flash of golden light, like 5 of these demigods appear around that person, and without consent and without like a word really, they will simply be there to protect him against all evil and make sure that he survives, because however they know, whether due to some future shit or psychers or whatever, this person is pivotal in the safeguarding of the Imperium.
That sounds super sick. That
It
they
is.
just boom appear, and it's like these cool gold guys with these sick purple capes, and they just that's actually dope. I like the sound of that.
I
I'd much
wanted
rather
to do
be
like
one of them than those shadow guards who are just like, yeah, we're stuck in the dark for a decade. That's such a bum deal. Like,
yeah,
all of
but
that talent's like, let's just sit in the dark for a decade. Great.
yeah, but if one of those guys escapes, then
True,
Terra gets
true.
swallowed by Zinch or something.
Oh.
It's like unspeakable eldritch horror, like cosmic deities and shit. Like it's
Damn.
like really bad. The Necronomicon, I don't fucking know.
You couldn't give him like a nightlight though or something? Like...
No, because light feeds the demons. I don't know,
no.
man.
Oh, jeez.
I actually wanted to write a
horror.
story about like a guardsman on the front lines. And he's like gonna get killed, and then just like out of a flash of golden light, like a fucking Quill and Shield guy comes in and like saves him. And they do like a BT and the guy from Titanfall 2 thing, where you have this random guardsman has to be followed around by this gigantic 9-foot tall demigod, and and like all of his comrades are like, what the fuck? And he has to deal with this like, yeah, man, I'm just gonna go have some food, and the custodian's like, what is food?
Just hanging out in the pub, and there's this giant 9-foot tall gold-clad demigod that's just like, standing next to you as you're just like,
you should drink less alcohol, guardsman. It will not allow you to serve the emperor better in an inebriated state. It's gonna be like a sitcom.
That'll be the
like,
best sitcom.
Oh no, it's my wedding, and he's like standing there right next to him. Is the best. He has like a little tux on.
No, he's just got a bow tie on all his gold armor. There's just a bow tie.
He's the best man at the wedding.
Exactly. He saved me so many times. You gotta be my best man for the emperor.
It's like, I am the only. Like, how can I be the best man when the best man is the emperor?
It's just and then roll credits.
Right? They play like the funny sitcom music. Yeah. What other ones are there? There's a couple other ones, like there's the Dread Host, which is like a terrorist variant. They're all about like causing fear, like pinpoint strikes, like killing like major generals and stuff, and slaughter like a warlord and watch them like run away. Like they'll go out and they'll burn an enemy dude like alive, and then like carry his body into their base, and they'll like butcher their fucking like families and shit. Like they're all about like, Jesus. Back the fuck off, man. Like we ain't dealing with this.
I was gonna say, seeing custodians is horrifying enough, and then you have ones dedicated to terrorism, and it's like, oh.
Conrad Kurz would really like this. They'd be stoked.
Fucking God, man. Custodians dedicated to terrorism makes me very. That's an uneasy feeling. Ooh.
Oh God, yeah. I know. Conrad Kurz, who was the Primarch of the Night Lords, who was like the most terroristy man of all time, probably was like, nice guys.
Nice, good shit.
There's the Solar Watch as well. They safeguard everything in the Sol system, so Jupiter, Luna, etc.
Yeah.
That's their main thing. There's the Emissaries Imperatus, which I actually don't know what these guys are. I remember they have shitty rules, so I never looked too much at them. I think they're like safeguards of like knowledge and shit.
Oh, okay.
They're rather impressive. All the shield hosts have their own very like specific task and all. And what's nice is that you can kind of, not in game, but you can probably like make your own type of deal. You'd be like, I'm gonna make this new shield host for my new sitcom, and it'll be perfect.
Now you gotta write that story, dude.
And 40K like screenplays I want to write. I have like 4 ideas. I even have a video game I want to make. I got everything I want to do, man.
We have a platform now, right?
We or a movie.
Arco Flag. That sounds terrible.
Oh shit! Never mind. I won't talk about this then.
Okay.
No need.
But we'll probably eventually get to it on the podcast at some point.
Possibly, hopefully. But besides that, there actually isn't a whole lot else I need to talk about the Custodians with. I mean, they have very like large amounts of very impressive battles, and like there's Constantine Valdor, which was like the major custodian guy during the heresy and the major guy during like the Great Crusade of the Emperor. He was like the guy. Kind of like how Sanguinius was the guy for the Blood Angel.
Yeah.
Constantine Valdor is probably one of the more, I don't know how to describe it, but he's like probably one of the biggest heroes ever of like the Imperium. He's probably like as far as you can consider, if you had to, besides the fact that I just went on about terrorism, if you had to choose like a good like the good guys of 40K, I think I would go with the Custodians. Because a lot of them being alive since the heresy, they aren't like, they're not religiously corrupted. They're not zealots like all the other Imperium are, because they've just stayed to themselves. They just chilled.
Yep.
And so they're not like, their job is one thing, safeguard the Emperor, because if you don't safeguard the Emperor, the Imperium and the humans as a race die.
Collapse, yep.
And so in a sense, they probably are the nicest faction, but they also slaughter like Eldar children and hang their entrails from like pikes because they're like, la-di-da-di-da, look at you, stupid Xenos. So, I don't know, man.
They're as good as you can be in 40K, right?
That's a good way to say it.
You gotta be kind of a savage if you're gonna survive for any amount of time. So, well, they're as good as you can be in 40K. I like that. Yeah.
It works out the best it can. And also, I'm assuming you haven't watched the Emperor text-to-speech episodes much.
No, I haven't.
So the main idea is that the Captain General, the main guy, gave the Emperor his voice modulator, and now they're talking. But they have an ongoing meme where these other 3 shield captains look like the JoJo Pillarmen, and they play the theme song every time they arrive. They're like really gay, and
season.
Oh fuck that, man.
That's part 3, but it's season 2.
Whatever.
Wow.
It's really well made, but part 2 is my subjective favorite because it's quite funny at times, and it's the only one that understood how meme humor is. Every other stupid part of that stupid show is just like Adam Sandler, haha, pee-pee, broken English, haha. But at least part 2 is like actually the fucking hero's journey. You got the asshole character given a time limit, has to train, learns how to be humility, and ends up saving the day. Like, a good fucking story, not this other bullshit. I hate anime.
I loved part 2. I thought part 2 was great. I agree with everything you said about part 2. So I'm with you. I've only gotten to part 3 so far, so I don't know what the other parts are like. So.
Part 3 sucks. Absolutely fucking sucks.
Where they first introduced stands.
It's so boring, dude. It's so boring.
It is pretty bad, actually. But we're getting a little off topic. This isn't a JoJo podcast, right?
No, and if it ever does, I'm quitting.
Well, you just turned it into one, man.
I was referencing the meme in text-to-speech. Okay, if I don't mention the Pillarmen in this episode, I'm going to get actually more.
Oh, fair,
and I don't want to get actually more. Okay, I made my reference. I did my thing. DK, do you have any questions? Anything I can alleviate? Anything I can tell you about the Custodians before I take us home?
I don't think so. I think any questions I had brought up during the podcast. So I think we're good. Custodians sound like real badasses. I like the Custodians now.
Good.
Now,
I'm glad.
Bro, the custodians
Yeah.
sound like they can beat the shit
not
out
only-
of Homelander from The Boys. They don't have to. Think about it. Okay, look. Homelander is basically like a nerfed version of an evil Superman, right? Like, he's got the powers and such, but the man says that he can't fucking, like, lift a plane while it's still midair and falling because he has no place to fucking plant his feet to redirect the plane. It's like, homie, that's just the way I see it is that you're saying you're not strong enough to redirect that shit midair.
Neat. But I would really recommend actually checking out some of their models too, because they do look very, very cool.
all right.
Okay, let me take us away. Thank you to everyone who came here and watched the Adeptus Custodes episode of the Adeptus Ridiculous podcast.
It's a lot of Adeptus.
It's a lot of Adeptus. I am very. It is also, everyone says Adeptus Sororitas. It's Adepta Sororitas. If you want to talk about the Sisters of Battle, I'm actually you now. I'm actually you now. That's how it feels, fuckers.
Damn.
Thank you very much for watching. This was quite a fun one. I like this one. It was short, sweet, to the point.
Yeah,
I enjoyed it. Now we can remove everything in our mind that isn't fine dining and breathing and the custodians.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, you don't know SpongeBob.
No, I don't. Sorry, I don't know SpongeBob. I just assumed it was a funny meme. Sorry, man. Still haven't watched SpongeBob.
You can find me at Bricky on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I stream very often, and I think I'm actually having some new content. Oh, wait, no, that's right. This is coming out on Wednesday, so that I had content on Monday. Fuck it. Find me at Bricky. DK, where can they find you?
They can find me DK Diamantes at everything. Twitter, Twitch, YouTube. Real DK Diamantes on Instagram. Still not rolling in it. Still can't buy the name. What are you gonna do?
That's how it'd be. You could also find Shy at Quite Shallow or Quiet Shy, depending on what she's interested in. I'm sure she'll be making many videos on the upcoming Outriders game, as there are more than enough bugs, even if it is kind of a fun game.
It is fun. The combat's fun. Story's garbage. A lot of bugs.
A lot of bugs. You know, and speaking of bugs, I just wanted to make the Tyranid players excited because I actually don't think we're going to be talking about Tyranids next. Get fucked. I'll show you the exact same treatment that GW gives you.
I should probably start getting ready for bed. So just decide, you know what? Fuck you, Orc Emperor. start getting ready for bed. Peace, Repo. Good night.
You should know